Okay. Sorry. I need to like crack my back real quick. Oh. Oh. That felt great. How's it going, everyone? How's it going on this Wednesday? I'm a little bit. It's weird. I don't feel like sleepy as I did on Monday. I do feel a little bit tired and like I definitely need some sleep, but I could, if I need to like keep going and keep like being energized, I could do it. Um which is weird because I only had like, I think I had like 4 hours of sleep because I fell asleep at 2 a.m. because I was watching Kenobi and Miss Marvel at midnight, and that lasted until 2 a.m. Um, the Kenobi season or possibly series or season finale was pretty cool. I enjoyed it as a whole. I it could have been better. I wish it could have been better. I wanted something different than what I got, and then what I got wasn't that great, but I still had fun. Like my big issue with Kenobi is just how limited it feels about just expanding the universe, because the universe is pretty fucking big, but they keep it so limited because it's just small things, and it's just like I want some mention of like other villains or other, like I just mentioned of a Thrawn, Grand Animal Thrawn, who's the big baddie, is gonna be soon, for Ahsoka. Mention Fulcrum, mention something like outside of like these characters, or like have these characters come in and like help Kenobi out a little bit, just to show that, oh, there's a bigger story outside of just the Kenobi stuff, and like just get people to like experience more Star Wars other than the live action stuff, because the live action isn't, I mean, they're good. I have fun with the live action stuff, but the animated series is where it's at. That's where it's fucking great, and it's a damn shame that people just won't watch it because they just can't deal with the animation. And it's like, you are limiting yourself so much, and that's what Kenobi did to me, and it's so annoying. It's a bit frustrating, and it's like, come on, the possibilities, and you can do it. I know you can, but they just refuse to do it. It drives me a little bit insane. How's it going, everyone? Oh, it's a little upsetting, but it is what it is. We continue venturing on. I look forward to for Ahsoka. I look forward to Mando season 3. I'm mainly looking forward to Ahsoka because that's just Rebel season 5, baby. Season 5, let's go. um, yeah, we have that, and then we have Bad Batch season 2, which Bad Batch season 1 was pretty good. I enjoyed it a lot. Bad Batch season 2 is coming soon as well. I think next year or something. And I think that's all the Star Wars that's coming up soon. Andor is coming soon, which honestly, it's probably the most that I'm looking forward to because of how different it is. Like, it's an actual, well, it seems like an actual story that doesn't revolve about anyone but other fucking characters, and like that seems cool. That seems cool. It's just like it seems like I will get a full flesh story from Andor. Uh, Maybe even get some like political stuff as well, which is, I've actually enjoyed it in like the Clone Wars stuff where like they go to the Senate and they like talk about like, oh, maybe we shouldn't have more soldiers in the war, or commute more soldiers, because it just prolongs the war, and then the war would just keep going forever and ever. And it's just pretty cool. Um, but it is what it is. Hopefully in the future, I get my great live action Star Wars stuff again. Uh, I like how I feel about the animated stuff. But until then, I'm gonna continue watching. I'm still going through my Star Wars watch, going from chronological order. So now that the Kenobi's done, I'm probably gonna have to rewatch Kenobi again, because right now I'm in the middle of Clone Wars. Once Clone Wars is done, it's Revenge of the Sith. Then Rebels? No. I think it's Kenobi. Yeah, I think it's Kenobi, Rebels, Rogue One. And I saw a tweet earlier, like how Kenobi is good because it bridges the gap between Rogue One. It bridges the gap to from like Revenge of the Sith to Rogue One and A New Hope, and I'm just like, bro, there's a full fucking series called fucking Rebels that outlines everything that happened in between. It's a little upsetting. Like no one watches no one realizes how great the fucking animated series are, and like it's a little disappointing. It could be so much more. It could be so much more. Would you like to see a second season of Obi-Wan Kenobi? Honestly, sure. Why the fuck not? I mean, the only thing I could think of like what season 2 is gonna be is I want it to be more fantasy based. I wanted to be more fantasy based and like because I don't think I guess like Obi-Wan needs to go to Dagobah, right? And like learn to become like a force ghost and shit. And I'm thinking that's where Qui-Gon is taking him to Dagobah, and like we're gonna go off and like learn how to be a force ghost, and then we'll see. That'll explain how Obi-Wan is force, because like it's not something you can do automatically as a Jedi. It's something you have to go and learn and figure out through like a series of tests to become like a force ghost, which you get to see in Star Wars: The Clone Wars, in the animated series stuff. But we'll see what happens. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, we'll see what happens in the future with Star Wars stuff. Because another big issue that I feel like I'm seeing it more and more is that they don't really have a plan. I guess it's hard to plan like Star Wars content, like Star Wars new shows and stuff, compared to like Marvel. Because Marvel, they can plan it in advance and like figure out like points of the future, while Star Wars, those points are already set. But that's just with the Clone Wars stuff too. That's just with the Skywalker stuff and like the Empire and Rebels. With I guess just the Empire stuff and like with Skywalker. But I don't know. There's definitely more story to be told and be like super cool. But we'll see. I saw like a rumor too. Someone tweeted a rumor about Cal Kestis getting his own live action Star Wars, his own Star Wars show, and I'm just like, no, please. They're just throwing whatever at the wall to like just to pump out Star Wars content stuff, and it's just like, we already his story is the games. I don't need a live action stuff. I don't care for a live action Cal Kestis. Like his story is being told in the games. It's fine, and it looks. I don't know what's happening over there. It's a little confusing, a little frustrating. Like, as long as it's fun, as long as I have fun, I guess the end of it. But it could be so much more. That's what I'm trying to say. It could be more. Damn it. Okay. It always happens. I changed some things around. There's a new transition now. As you can see, as I went like from just chatting to console, I made it into like kind of more of a Star Wars transition. It's because I thought it was pretty cool. Okay, it's not working. Oh, it's in 2? It's in 1? In 2. Oh, yeah, Anime Expo's near. I thought about going to Anime Expo, but I gotta go downtown. And I don't want to go to downtown. Going to downtown sucks. I gotta go to like the convention center. And this is no fun. Alright, what's happening in my capture card? Well, I don't think isn't it's just always buggy with um when it comes to Xbox specifically. I don't know why. It just is. Oh, maybe if I deactivate it a little more. Well, let's see. Okay. I'm pretty sure this is right, right? For both twos. Yeah, okay, it can't be one. Because one is PlayStation. Yeah, it's definitely an Elgato thing right now because like there we go. Because like I'm getting this. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me get rid of the. Let me get rid of. I need to get rid of HDR real quick. Why did I turn it back on? Oh wait, HDR is off. Why does it look weird? Interesting. It looked a little weird and different. Okay. We are back with more AI Somnium files. Enough with the Star Wars rant. I probably rant a little more later. Um, just because I like Star Wars. I have the new Thrawn book, which I still need to read. It's right now sitting in the corner as I'm right now I'm reading through Mexican Gothic, which so far is pretty good. I'm just a very slow reader. I'm a very slow reader. Please. Why can't I hear shit? Oh, there we go. But yeah, Star Wars is cool. I'm excited, but like at the same time, I wish it was better. It could be better, but I'm just fine with it for now. All right, what was I doing here? Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Okay. 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 Last time we left off, we finish off the Iris route, which I guess is this, because I think this is Iris End or some shit like that. What's this case file? Yeah, where we found the prototype sync machine. Iris was dying, Then she died. She lost her eye because we used the machine. And this is because we believed her about the Nyack stuff. I still think she's crazy about that. And so now we're stuck. Like there's no more other endings towards this way. Because this we can't continue here because we need more of the story. I mean, apparently there's an end. I got credits and stuff here too. So we have to go all the way back to day 2. And instead of helping Iris out, we're more going towards Mizuki. And helping her out. And then we found out that Iris is hiding something, and she probably, I don't think she killed Renju, but she definitely moved the body. And that's what we're trying to figure out now. We're in her psyche and like trying to figure out what the fuck she did. There's a TV in the door. Let's go to the door, I guess. Or the TV. Look at the blood, watch the murder. Guess watch it?
A CRT TV.
Oh, spin the dial, hit it. I guess I'll spin the dial. Oh my god.
Stop.
Oh, that's from the, I was gonna say the Origami Killer. The Cyclops Killer, the original one, right? Why did she remember this? Why is this in her psyche?
What is this video?
It is difficult to believe, but these are the faces of the victims of the original Cyclops Killer.
What? What is going on here? Iris, what are you hiding?
We should continue. There are more objects to inspect now.
What is she hiding? Well, at least this is like pretty easy to like rewind back, because like the other ones, you have to like go. I guess you have to go through all anyways, but like in order to pick the choice, you have to wait until the end. Like the last part is the choice. Here's like right off the bat, just do the 1 and 2 thing. Easy, simple. All right, so we got a mirror, torso, and a gun. I guess we'll check out the mirror.
A full body mirror.
110 seconds. Here, we'll talk to it.
Can you talk?
Can you talk?
Ooh,
What? Don't copy me.
What? Don't copy me.
interesting.
Pervert. Date is a pervert.
Pervert. Date is a pervert.
Why do I have to get called a pervert?
It's because you are Date. You are a pervert. All right. Torso. What we got
A
here?
torso with a head.
If it has a head, is it still called a torso?
What would you call it?
Fair point. I guess hit it.
Nothing special happens.
You don't have the muscle mass. You need to do some training.
What would be the point of that? I do not have muscles.
Yeah, she's just
That's what I just
numbers, ones
I
and
cannot
zeros.
Wait for the day I have enough muscle to punch you in the face. It will be splendid.
Okay. What if I?
Torso.
What if I push it? Oh, it's hard as a rock.
No use.
Their guard is up. You have to loosen them up first.
What do you mean?
Hmm?
The traditional approach would be to start with a massage.
If you are not going to help, should I choke you instead?
You should try that on them. They might be into that.
Date, please stop.
You know, strangle it. Yeah,
3
he
minutes,
might be
Dante.
right.
A torso.
Let's try choking. Ooh, woo. Oh, something's happening. Okay.
Even my consciousness is being affected.
While I was unconscious, the room changed.
I'm tired of this. But we have no choice but to investigate.
Well, that worked out. Oh, do we have to like copy the murder scenes? Like the first one we saw was someone being choked out. Okay, we have a medicine bottle, an operating table, oil drum, which I don't think I could look at. Beat it to death? But what do I have here? Oh, I still have a gun. Where's the gun? Oh, it's right there. The fuck?
A revolver.
Is it real?
It appears that way.
Jump. Just jump for it.
Weekly Shonen?
Don't say it.
Jump.
I did the best I could. I am not a cyborg, and thus I cannot
really
reach
funny.
that height. This is not my fault.
Nobody's blaming you.
I think that's just there to get like the 1/3. Operating table?
An operating table.
Perform surgery. Sleep. Ooh. Let's perform surgery and see what happens.
Who do you intend I operate on?
On the
Can
mannequin.
you just pretend to do it?
Pretend to do it? Nothing's
Okay.
happening. How disappointing.
Damn. I thought it might trigger a memory to recreate itself or something.
Perhaps you should abandon that line of thinking.
Okay.
You have less than 2 minutes, Date. Hurry.
What is a medicine bottle? I assume I don't sleep on it.
A drug bottle that holds some kind of liquid.
Chug, smell, investigate. You know what? We're gonna do a retry real quick. Yeah, retry from lock 1. I feel like we wasted so much time doing lock 1 that we have no time now. So we know the answer. It's just to choke the torso.
A torso with
If it has a head,
what would you
We'll lose 90 seconds and we just have to take it. So that's fine. Okay. So we try operating.
4 minutes.
I mean, we could try sleeping, but I highly
drug
doubt that's
bottle
gonna be
that
an
holds-
option either. Chug, smell, investigate. Let's chug it.
do not pressure me, Date,
pressure you.
into drinking alcohol.
Is it alcohol?
I don't think it's
Well,
alcohol.
Unknown.
This is for an investigation. I'm ordering you to drink it.
You are exploiting your position of power. I will set up a labor union.
An AI labor union? Sounds dystopian.
I won't drink it.
Fine.
Okay. I feel like the answer is actually to sleep.
An opera.
So let's sleep.
How does it feel?
Awful. Am
Yeah, it
I
doesn't
going
look
to be
comfortable.
killed? Modified? I'm restless. I can't take the suspense.
Do you think they'll modify you into a grasshopper or a spider?
That That's not what I'm talking about.
What? I didn't do anything.
3 minutes, Date.
What the fuck am I supposed to do? What is a door?
A full body.
Well, I guess we'll beat it up.
Are you sure I can break this mirror?
I don't think you have to.
No, I don't think you have the strength to break it.
Then why did you ask me to, pervert?
Is that a pervy
Just
thing to
push it,
do?
And I'm not a pervert.
Is that a pervy thing to do?
You see? It won't break.
What was the point of that?
Wait, what am I supposed to do?
A drug bottle that holds some kind of liquid.
Smell. I guess.
A syrupy smell, like sweet almonds.
Syrup. You think they were baking a cake or something?
If it isn't syrup, it's nitroglycerin.
Why is that here?
What's nitroglycerin?
Nitroglycerin reacts violently upon light impact. It
Oh.
needs to be mixed to lower its sensitivity.
Mixed with what?
Acetone.
Acetone.
What's acetone?
It is best that we do not disturb this for now.
Wait,
Right.
I don't know any of these fucking chemical terms. Wait, explain. I guess we should open the door or
A
some shit.
double door.
It takes 5 seconds to open it, so let's open it. I assume tackling will give us the same
It
effect.
doesn't open. We don't.
Yeah. Well, we don't have that many options left.
It's an operating table.
Yeah, performing surgery didn't help.
A drug bottle that.
Chugging it didn't help. Smelling it also didn't help. There's also the question of the gun.
A revolver.
Is it real?
It appeared.
Yeah, what am I supposed to do?
A full body.
Luck talk. I mean, I guess I'll look at it.
A torso in the reflection.
A torso. Not you?
Is there any meaning to this?
I can't say. But what is going on?
I feel like luck is
You have
completely
less than 2 minutes,
meaningless.
Date. Hurry.
Full body.
I feel like talking also didn't lead
Can you
anywhere. Yeah, that didn't lead anywhere.
It's an operating table. The fabric on the surface is frayed. It appears to be in use despite its age.
They did surgery here?
Surgery or worse.
Okay.
It's an operate. Who do you intend?
Yeah, that didn't do anything either. Hold on, we can only retry one more time. This is like the first time I'm
4 minutes.
stuck. Like, I legit feel stuck on. Like, we did everything. Oh, there's a TV over here.
An old television.
I guess turn the dial. Did he use the bottle? Jesus, and someone there was just watching.
That video showed the face of a victim of the original Cyclops killer. It appeared to be the second victim.
What is going
Psycho
on?
killer.
Iris has something to do with the first Cyclops case?
Unknown. I
She
do
would
not
have
have
been.
enough
She would have to been
information.
12,
Guess
right?
that means we have to investigate more.
Like really
Indeed.
young.
The oil drum, shelf, and another torso have been added.
Let's go.
Well, I guess we beat up the torso, right?
A torso similar to a fashion mannequin.
I guess punch it? This is to beat it up.
I didn't get hit, did I?
There is no effect on your body, Date.
Hit my soul hard enough.
While you were unconscious, a television and an old book appeared.
Want to get off this ride.
If my calculations are correct, it will be over soon.
Let's hope you're right.
Okay. I following the pattern.
3 minutes, Date.
We'll watch TV.
An old-fashioned...
Please. Help me. Help me.
It sounded like she was saying help me to the person
This
there.
was the third victim of the original
To the
Cyclops
blue one.
killer.
And it seemed like the blue one's
Why
part
does
of like a new
Iris
person
know
she hasn't met, and the red one that
There is a
kidnapped her.
possibility that she saw it online or on TV.
What?
Even reproduce the circumstances of the killing. Would her imagination explain that?
Date, we have no direct evidence. For now, we must continue investigating.
Right.
Okay. Worn out reference book.
It is a thick...
Read, rip, throw. Let's read it. It's only like 9 seconds.
It has not been well preserved. Most of the ink has faded.
Can you tell what kind of book it is?
It is probably a book on...
Butterflies?
insects! It's a book on insects!
Don't get excited. I know how you love bugs. Does this book belong to Iris?
I didn't know she liked insects, and to read the book so often that it wears out.
Well, we can't prove it's Iris's.
True. We cannot conclude anything.
No, we cannot. Well, it pointed me to like a locker, so I'm assuming that's where
Just a locker.
the gun is. Peek, listen, open. I mean, open it, right? Oh, Jesus.
Iba?
Ah!
It's all right. More importantly,
Oh, it's a chain reaction. What did he call these things? Do you have like an actual name to them? Like besides chain reaction, like a scientific name. And this will knock off the gun that's up. That's up, right? Oh, Jesus. Oh my God, this is still going. I hate chain reactions. That's like the only Simpson joke I know because of the ride. Because the Simpson ride in Universal Studios. All that just to shoot the gun. That's so absurd. Damn. Oh, is that Date? Wait, is Date doing the murder? Hmm? Nani? Vain disassociate persona. Clear iris somnium. Like the 4th time we cleared it. Actually, this is the 3rd time. The first time was Minecraft. The second time was also Minecraft, but it was the shrine. Day 3, Sunday. Gum AI.
What happened in that Somnium?
Yeah, shit was wild.
We saw it too.
The 4 murdered women are without a doubt the victims of the original Cyclops serial killings.
That means...
The murders that occurred 6 years ago are these memory fragments that coalesced in this Somnium.
No. That means the person who killed them was...
It couldn't have been Iris. It was you. Huh.
Hey, did you hear something
Oh, that's
just
creepy.
now?
Hmm? It must be in.
I don't know why it would do a hehehehehehe. Steel shelf. I open it up. There's a bunch of Marimos inside. Hey! Come. Thank you for coming as usual. How was the rest of Dark Souls? Ryu. Let me give you a quick little shout out to Shanuzi, who was playing Dank Souls. Playing some of those Dank Souls. I know you rung the second bell, and that's when I left off. You were continuing down with Quaylog. Shanuzi got tilted. Yeah, he really did. Blighttown really fucked him over. He got really fucked over in Blighttown. Yeah, fucking Blighttown. Yeah, Blighttown sucks. And I think, from what I saw, I think you only seen like half of Blighttown. Which is like the half where you could come in through the Firelink Shrine. And like the bottom. I don't want to see more. But you could see a dragon. You could see a friendly dragon in Blighttown. Or like an invisible wall. Dragon mind. Damn. But you're doing pretty well. You're getting there. You're learning. Getting through the bosses and the enemies. It takes a while, but you're getting it. I believe. But for those who don't know who I am, my name is SeniorPoyo TV. I am a variety streamer. Right now we're playing the AI Somnium Files, where you play a detective who lost his memory 6 years ago and now is trying to solve a mystery today of the murder of his best friend and best friend's wife, ex-wife. And we've done a lot. in terms of the mystery of this game. It runs pretty deep, and we're kind of far into it, and it's kind of hard to explain everything and like what we know too. Yo, you gonna see Maverick? Yo, let's go have fun, eat some popcorn, and enjoy your time with Maverick. Hold hands, cuddle, homie hugs. Bro, these motherfuckers die all the time. They do. Ryu, you missed it now. We just discovered that Iris might have killed someone or assisted with a death, and Date might have been the original Cyclops killer from 60 years ago. How the fuck? Because, well, we know that we found Renju dead in the maid cafe. So we were looking around trying to see, like, okay, who could do it? Are the only possible person who could do it that we've seen, who has witnessed a person? Date is sus. Like, Oda witnessed Iris with Renju in the maid cafe, and then 2 hours later, Renju is dead, hung in the maid cafe. And we can, through circumstantial evidence, can kind of prove that it was Iris who moved the body and hung Renju up like a fish. And so we went inside her psyche, went inside her dream, which she's right over there. And for some reason, we see the murders of the Cyclops murder from 60 years ago. And Date, we saw Date's face as the killer. And so we're at that point right now. All right, boss, what do you got for me? Why did the original Cyclops killer appear in Iris Somnium?
You can't dream of something you know nothing about.
That means Iris must know about the killings.
6 years ago, Iris was 12.
She was 12.
Did she witness the crime at age 12? And not just one, but all four?
About the original Cyclops serial killing.
Didn't I tell you? The entire case is a state secret. No matter how many times you ask, I won't tell you anything.
Yeah, this game is wild, and I'm having a lovely time with it. It's a game where you kind of have to go and see every single fucking timeline, and I mean like actual fucking timeline. There's a whole flow chart to this game that's like, all right, this decision you made here can go to the 2 different ways, and then here, no matter what, Iris is fucking dead. So there's nothing you can do with this timeline, and you learn everything you can. And then there's a secret ending over here, which I can't do because I needed to play more of the story. So now we're over here in this timeline, which also branches off, and it looks like it goes to a green timeline over here instead of continuing the red timeline. Like this game just gets fucking wild.
Help me understand this. What I saw during the sink earlier, that was the scene of the original
Also, this
Cyclops
game
serial
is very
killings,
horny.
right?
A lot of these characters
Yeah.
are very horny.
So the person doing the killing was the original Cyclops killer.
Right.
Did you see him? He was...
I saw your face. The original Cyclops killer was...
And I
Can't
saw
be.
her face.
That's impossible.
Date is a
You cannot say that
killer.
for certain. You have no memories past 6 years ago.
Not a trace. I'm down in my mind.
So perhaps, Mr. Date, you are the killer. You're
Date
missing
is a
your
killer.
left eye, so you steal them from others.
I'm kidding. You can't be the Cyclops killer.
Really?
Why not?
Of course not. Do you think I would hire a serial killer?
I mean, but you don't know. Girl, you don't know who the Cyclops killer is. So Dante could be a serial killer and you don't even know it. You don't know.
You interrogated Iris before the sink. What you
Mhm.
saw in the Somnium was just a manifestation of the fear you put in her.
I don't know. That seems sus. Boss, you seem
The
sus with
Cyclops
that too.
killer appeared 6 years ago. I lost my memory 6 years ago. There has to be some kind of connection.
There isn't. It's a coincidence.
Really?
Really.
I feel like the boss is trying to like lead us somewhere else instead of finding the actual truth. Boss has a serious face on her face. The red figure from the sink. I'm guessing the red figure is Iris,
In the
right?
Somnium earlier, I saw someone else who might be the criminal. Who was he?
I wouldn't know.
Thanks for your input. Thank you
I
for the
don't
input
believe
here.
there's any meaningful connection. Between the original and new Cyclops serial killings, I mean.
Why is that?
The culprit is not the same. I am absolutely certain the original Cyclops killer could not have committed these crimes.
How can you be so sure?
Because I can. Don't worry about it. Just trust me.
Okay. About the original Cyclops killer? Is it me?
Remember what the boss said this morning.
Yo, sus as
The
fuck.
original Cyclops
Absolutely.
killer has yet to be brought to justice. After the investigation got going, it was taken over by the government and classified. That was the last we heard anything about it. Of course, they paid lip service to the idea that the investigation was ongoing, but in reality, it was dropped completely.
Why did original appear in Iris Somnium?
The sinker does not always experience the somnium they expect. Dreams are pieced together from memories, even repressed subconscious ones. When using the sync machine for an investigation, we don't always see the memories we expect to see. True, oftentimes a subject will subconsciously want to express their dark secrets and repressed memories. That is why we see them so often in Somnia, and why those Somnia are so useful for criminal investigations. But this is not a guarantee. We cannot control the content of our dreams, after all.
Okay. So that just proves even more that Iris was there. So I'm assuming she's the red one. Maybe that's why she has like a weird attachment to Date. Like extremely fast. She has like, oh, Date, let's get together. Let's go on a date. Like extremely aggressive. And it's because she remembers Date from 6 years ago. And they knew each other. What if Date is the dad of Iris? I don't think that's possible now that I think about it. Because that would mean that Date impregnated Hitomi when he was 12. I don't think that checks out. Never mind. Because Date is 30 right now. So Iris is 18. Oh, we haven't had to go further than that. He has to be 11. It takes 9 months. Yeah, no, that wouldn't work. Iris and Date did the killings together. I think so too. In the original killings, like maybe that's how they got the victims going. Date party use Iris to lure the woman to pick up some chicks, which I think Date made a joke about that at some point. How he will use Mizuki. How chicks dig someone with a child, like a single father and stuff. Maybe there's more to that joke than it seems.
It's like I told you before. Dreams are pieced together from memories, even repressed subconscious ones. This can be expressed as an equation. Dream D equals memory A plus memory B plus memory C. This, of course, means that Dream D is a fictional event. However, the same cannot necessarily be said about memory A, B, and C.
So there's some truth
Those
to it.
happened in reality. In other words, fiction is built from combinations of reality.
That's true.
So what I saw in Somnium earlier.
Yes, I believe Iris actually witnessed those events.
Mm-hmm. Are all memories real? Oh. That's an interesting take. Because in the Iris timeline, we talked a lot about how like the mind, your brain is actively kind of fucking screwy, and a big like component about they talked about is the mandala effect. And like how you think this memory is real, but actually you're just remembering wrong, so it's not. I guess that's not. It becomes like more fact. I don't know.
Pewter, you said that memories happen in reality, right? But what about false memories? How do we know if the memory really happened?
Yeah.
Even false memories are built from the pieces of real ones. If you disassemble those pieces, you will find real events.
What about things you see in movies or television?
The events might be fictional, but the experience is not. Our imaginations are limited to what we have seen. We cannot invent something whole cloth.
I guess so. Summarize for me, Peter. I didn't learn anything from speaking with the boss and Peter. If anything, the mystery only grew deeper. Yeah, it always does. Peter shook me from my thoughts.
Dante, it looks like Iris is about to wake up.
Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? I headed to the psych room. Oh, ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit?
Hey, Iris.
Shit.
About that dream earlier.
Dream? What dream?
She didn't want to remember.
There is no point in asking her, Date.
Yeah.
The subject of a sync does not experience somnium in the way that you do.
Yeah, fucking
They will
stupid.
not remember it.
Fucking stupid.
And what about the Cyclops killer from 6 years ago?
Okay. There we go.
Cyclops killer? I remember hearing it on the news. But I was just a little girl. I don't remember anything specific.
I mean, that makes sense. I don't remember shit when I'm 12. What I did. Okay, let's see. Look what happened when I was 12. I was 7th grade. I don't remember what happened in that. I don't think I remember my teachers from 7th grade specifically. Oh, that's weird. I remember my teachers from 6th and 8th, but not 7th. That's weird.
You don't?
No,
What about the scene of the murder?
Who were my teachers?
I don't know. I've never been there.
But
Dreams are pieced together from memories, even repressed subconscious ones.
You can't dream of something you know nothing about. Date, could you take Iris home?
She's a killer.
Huh?
We do not have enough evidence to hold her. Even in Somnium, we couldn't find anything.
I guess it is all circumstantial
Law
evidence.
demands that we release her.
Yeah. We don't have like concrete evidence,
You cannot decline, Date.
like a picture of her dragging fucking Renju's dead body. We just know that her weight matches with the oil drum and Renju's. And we found Renju's watch
Date,
in the oil drum.
Could we make a stop first?
Sure. Where?
I ain't taking you to McDonald's.
Marble.
If
It's a bar in Golden Yokocho.
if you think you deserve some McDonald's, you're wrong. You're gonna get some. You're gonna get rallies. No fries. Or checkers for my East Coast peeps. No fries. Just the burger.
You know about that place?
Is it Riley's fries?
Yeah, Mr. Okiura took me
So
before.
good.
Why do you want to go there?
So good.
There's something I want to talk about.
We can't talk here?
It might take a while.
What do you think?
There's no reason to refuse.
Could get more information.
Besides, there's a lot I want to ask her too.
Yeah.
All right, sure.
Iris nodded and pulled out her phone. She's on Reddit. Is she sending a Nile message to someone? I was curious, but I didn't want to pry. I mean, might as well as pry, dude. I turned the wheel and drove to Marble. Jesus, take the wheel. Marble, Sunday, 9:41 p.m. When we walked in, I didn't see Mama anywhere. Oda! To my surprise, I saw Oda sitting at the counter. Oh, she probably
Tessa!
messaged Oda to come here.
Ota!
Sup, Oda? Why you look at me like that? Oh, I'm about to slap you, silly. Alright, what do we got here? Specials. Wall. This is hangers? A hanger on the wall. Interesting. Poster. There's a poster on the wall. Flyer. Cool. TV. TV on the wall. You know, I've never seen like this side of the bar. This is a really small bar. It's like the size of my room. Actually, no, this is definitely bigger than my room. Honestly, wait, hold up. No, it's definitely bigger. Definitely bigger than my room. But this is like a one-bedroom room. That's what I'm trying to say. There are bottles of alcohol on the shelf. Refrigerator. Radio. Music playing. Picture on the wall. All right, Oda, what the fuck you doing? What's that? What's that? Counter. The bar counter. Okay. She look at me like that. Where's Mama?
Oh, she left a little while ago. She said something about going to help an acquaintance. She told me to watch the place until she got back.
How well do you know Mama?
Yeah.
Not at all. It's my first time here.
That's... I wasn't particularly surprised. Really? Mama's always deepened on the kindness of strangers ever since she opened a Marble. Oh, interesting. See, I would never. I never thought I'd run into you here. I assume
I was nihiling with Tessa earlier. She said she was going to Marble, so I got here just before you did. Look,
Boy
I was
sprinted.
really worried about her. She was about to be charged with a serious crime.
Isn't your phone broken?
No, this is my new one. You're thinking of the one I dropped in that puddle.
What was that thing about?
This actually works out nicely. I want to ask you something, Ota. It's
Oh,
about a
yeah.
Nile message you sent Iris. You said you wouldn't tell anyone about that thing. That you'd stay quiet no matter what. What were you talking about?
Well,
You never realized that his little profile picture on his phone, like the little like circle thing, it's of his crotch. It's of that like belt thing on his whatever that thing that on that belt. Oh, I think you need to change it.
I'll tell her about the two-witter
Fucking
thing. I swear I'll
perv.
do it.
Geez, fine. Just don't tell anyone else, okay? But before I tell you, who's that?
Who's
What?
that?
At the door. Someone's standing outside.
What? Ah! Oda, you piece of shit! He's smiling. I don't know. Oh damn, it's been like 5 hours. Monday, 2:48 a.m. I don't think Oda is the killer, but I think Iris might be the killer and Oda is just, I mean, it's going along for the ride, like helping Tessa out. When I woke up, I was lying on the sofa.
Where am I?
My head was killing me and my memory was foggy. I felt a sudden pain on my neck. Mama! I shot up, rubbing my neck. When I looked over the counter, I saw a monster staring. That's mean. It took me a few seconds before I realized it was just Mama.
It looks like you're awake now.
As Mama spoke to me, it all came rushing back. I remember everything. Yeah, Oda fucking tased you. That piece of shit. Hey, yo, where's Oda? I'ma fucking punt that child.
Ota? The boy I asked to watch the bar?
Or punt
I'd say
him.
he's too old to be called a boy, but yeah.
He looks like a boy.
He was already gone when I came back.
Like a Kira Toriyama's like...
All I saw was
child.
you getting your beauty sleep on the floor.
Damn it, Ota. What are you thinking?
It appears that he took off with Iris.
What were you doing during all this?
My power was shut down due to the stun gun. I have rebooted in safe mode and am now operational.
Alright. What time is it?
It'll be 3 o'clock soon.
Jesus.
In the morning, of course.
Why didn't you wake me up? Wake
I
me up.
tried. You wouldn't budge.
Go.
I thought you were passed out drunk, so I left you like that.
Fair enough, Mama.
But I didn't have a glass in front of me, right?
He sounds like Dio.
So you weren't drunk?
Well, like the English voice actor of Dio. Because I never heard the English version of JoJo. Only in the Japanese. Yeah? Oh, interesting. English Dio. Ho 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 ho. Jotaro. Rolla.
Didn't have a single drop.
Oh, I thought you were drinking straight out of the bottle. Just like the old days.
There's a lot of shrieking. Who's calling me at 3 a.m. in the morning?
The boss is calling.
Why is she calling me at 3 a.m. in the morning?
How am I gonna report this one?
Date, listen. Stay calm, but this is an emergency.
What's up?
Just now, the killer...
The killer?
Just watch the video.
Yeah.
I sent the address to Iba.
Oh! Iris is dead again!
Iris!
I mean, this means nothing. Oh, that's a gruesome way to die. That's a little different. All right, I'll give you this one. At least you change it up.
No, that's...
The criminal is streaming this live.
Live.
The source.
Identify. The Okiura Fishery Cold Storage Warehouse, Koto District.
We're back to that place again.
Okiura?
Oh, they're
Focus.
using the ice cutter
We
machine.
need to get to the site, now.
Snake! Snake! Snake!
What's our ETA?
Our destination is far from here.
Oh, we're fucked.
20 minutes at the fastest.
Oh, we fucked.
Please, please let me make it in time. That sick bastard.
Excuse me? Is that a polar bear? Why is her eye missing too? Oh, wait, I think that's part of the killing. Never mind.
Tessa! Hold on! I'll save you!
It's Oda.
Ota.
Stay away from Tessa! Ah!
Yo, is Oda gonna die? Ooh. Ooh. I like this timeline. I can feel the sweat in my palms. My yo knees weak, palms sweaty. Mom spaghetti. I could hardly hear it. My heartbeat was pounding in my ears, shaking me to the core. How much time had passed? The feeling of time itself had disappeared. Eventually, the car reached a long bridge. Shortly after, the image changed. What we got? The polar bear is back. Yeah, Oda's dead.
No, it can't be.
Oh, we're too late, aren't we?
No. Stop!
Oh shit! Ooh.
No!
And this is the 5th time we lost Iris. Can't bring myself to care about her time. Yeah, I know, right? At least they changed it up. That's the one thing I'll give it to them. They changed it up. Sure, it's the same location, but at least they made it different by cutting her in half. I'll give them that. Oh, that's Odo's car. I mean, Odo's van. Whose car is that then? On the left. Oh, there she is. Oh. No, there's no way that's the killer. Yeah, it's Oda. See? At least this time Oda died too.
There you are. Finally. I was looking all over for you.
Iris really is just like
It's
doomed to die,
rare
like
to
no
see you
matter
down
what.
like this, but it's understandable. You blame yourself for this, don't you? Beating
Kind of.
yourself up about taking Iris to Marble, and about letting Ota get the upper hand on you. Am I right? Shall I tell you what Investigation HQ thinks?
What's
Ota
up?
Matsushita is a criminal stalker who committed murder-suicide.
Oh. What? No. There's so much evidence to prove otherwise. Oh, but even then, okay. Because I was gonna say like he's a massive fan, but then I remember. Oh wait, this happened with Selena. Yeah. Also, I think this happened with another artist. I think Selena, Kristen Grimmy. I think like those two come to my mind where they were fans, like big fans, and then they killed their idol and then killed themselves. Except for Selena, she's still in jail, which I think she's being released soon. Either this year or next year, she's being released.
Ota had a selfish love for Iris. He was under the delusion that Iris loved him too. But Iris refused Ota. So Ota decided that he and Iris should be together in the afterlife, killed her, then killed himself.
A lot of horse shit. Also, doesn't make sense. That bear is fucking huge. This boy's small. This boy's tiny. There's no way he could have walked normally.
That's ridiculous. Ota would never kill Iris.
Yeah, the body type won't match.
And how do you explain the other two murders? Iris's left eye was hollowed out. Just like Renju and Shoko.
Yeah, do you think Oda did it?
Those 3 murders were definitely executed by the same person. The new Cyclops killer.
Are you
There's
gonna...
no way that's Ota. Too many pieces don't fit. Too many contradictions, like killing Iris.
Such as?
Oh, I don't like this angle. I don't like that I'm being interrogated here. Set up your 2-step verification. I already have a 2-step verification. I don't like this. This is very intimidating. Does it feel good to have the lens staring at you? Yeah. Yeah, so many weird things that happen. Oh, this is... I don't like this. Oda's behavior during the video. That's correct.
Stay away from Tessa!
Ota showed himself on the stream. If he was gonna kill Iris and then himself, why would he do that? The only reason you would show yourself like that is to prove that you weren't the culprit. Ota and the polar bear on the screen at the same time would prove that they're not the same person.
But that didn't
That
happen.
behavior would be totally unnecessary if he was gonna commit suicide anyway.
Well, maybe he wasn't planning on dying at first. After he killed Iris, he realized that he couldn't live with himself.
But that contradicts the original plan that it was gonna be a suicide anyways. Because you said that they want to be together in the afterlife. But if he couldn't live with himself, that means he wanted to continue living. That means he didn't want to die. So that's already like a weird contradiction. This is some bullshit. It really is some bullshit.
So he lies down on the workbench and turns on the ice cutting machine himself? I don't buy it.
Listen, I'm gonna go back to what... Going back, I'm gonna reference to a very famous trial. The O.J. Simpson trial. The polar bear suit doesn't fit. Just like the glove. If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. That's just how we're gonna roll here. Yeah, it doesn't fit him.
The culprit was wearing a polar bear costume, probably to hide their identity. But if murder-suicide was the plan, the costume served no purpose.
Oh, we're not gonna talk about how it doesn't fit him? Okay. Oda had no incentive to kill Renju.
Maybe he was thinking like this. The reason Iris and I can't be together is because her agency prohibits it, making the president, Renju, the ultimate bad guy in his mind.
And why kill Shoko?
Mizuki is Ota's close friend. Do you really think Ota would kill his friend's father?
Yeah, and why kill yeah, they had no incentive to kill Shoko then.
Shoko was married to Renju.
No.
Maybe he was trying to get at Renju by killing her.
No. They're divorced. They're not married anymore. So it wouldn't fucking matter. This is full contradiction bullshit, boss.
That's a stretch. They've been divorced for years.
Yeah.
Ota knows all about it. He wouldn't use Shoko to get to Renju.
There are some additional discrepancies. I analyzed the investigation report.
No, I don't think she's stupid. No. I think boss is just trying to lead us somewhere. I think the boss is like in on all this somehow. Shy. Why? Oh. I don't know. I guess that's part of the mystery.
Judging by his wound, Ota was stabbed in the side by a kitchen knife or something similar.
Kitchen knife.
Are you sure?
I am.
Yeah, why would he stab himself then? I told the boss what Aiba found. Yeah, why would he stab himself before?
I know that.
Well?
Ota could have stabbed himself.
Why? Why would he do that if he's gonna fucking pull down the fucking thing now?
Maybe he thought it would be a fatal wound, but when it didn't work, he went for the ice cutting machine.
I mean, if it's gonna be a fatal wound, I wouldn't stab myself on the side. I will go for the heart, right? Boss. Ooh, you're being sus right now. Ooh, no, boss.
Then, shouldn't we have recovered the kitchen knife from the scene?
Maybe he threw it in the ocean.
Boss, come on.
Yeah, like, what is this bullshit? What do you mean threw in the ocean? Then he walked his fucking giant stabby hole ass motherfucker just walking back into the scene. There would be blood dripping from the ocean to the warehouse. Sussy little baka ass mother. Jesus.
Ota goes out to the water, stabs himself in the gut, throws the knife over the side, then walks back to the warehouse?
You will find blood on the side.
Well, I wasn't being serious. I didn't think Ota was the culprit from the beginning. I was just playing devil's advocate for HQ.
Really?
Yes, really.
Anyway, Ota didn't kill anyone, and he didn't kill himself.
I don't like that.
Here's what I think happened.
Stay away from Tessa!
Ota knew Iris was kidnapped, so he rushed onto the scene.
How was she kidnapped?
That's when he
though?
saw the culprit wearing the polar bear costume. He tried to fight him off, but ended up being stabbed in the side. He was weakened and losing blood at the culprit's mercy. The culprit forced him into the costume, then under the ice cutting machine.
Yeah.
And then...
Then, who is the culprit?
I wish I knew.
We're up to 4 victims.
We're back to where we
But
started.
Ota was a special circumstance. He wasn't specifically targeted by the culprit.
Right. And he was the only one to not have his eye pulled out.
So let's focus on the 3 other victims. Shoko, Renju, and Iris. What connects these 3?
Connections.
If you find a connection between the victims, you find a connection to the culprit. That's the theory of investigation, right?
I think he took Iris because Iris wanted to escape from Date. And so Oda knocks Date out to rescue Iris from that situation, from being part of like in the cop's hand, which that's kind of understandable. But like, there's a lot of pieces missing in between from when he knocked us out to what happened on the stream. I don't think Dante connects them all. I think it's Mizuki.
You think the new Cyclops killer is related to them somehow?
There's two options. Yeah, there's Mizuki and Date. They're both all related somehow to them. Because Mizuki is friend to Tessa and Oda. I mean, her parents. Date is best friends, and then Shoko as well. Date barely met Iris. Like, we're not exactly friends or whatever. We just met her a couple of days ago. In theory, like, at least right now. Because I still think the theory of that we met Iris 60 years ago, and we just don't remember what happened 6 years ago. Maybe it is yeah, I don't know.
Maybe not. But it's a good starting point.
Could be Date. Okay. Momo Kumakura. What? Ranju Nishoko's daughter Mizuki? Oda's mother Mayumi. Oh yeah, what happened to Oda's mom?
Mayumi had motive for killing Iris and Renju.
Oh, we're going through
Mayumi
the list.
hated Iris, and she didn't think well of Lemniscate either. And since Renju is the president...
But why kill Shoko?
Anyway, the weak point is Renju's ex-wife, Shoko. I can't imagine why Mayumi would kill her. And above all else, she would never harm her only son, let alone kill him.
Yeah. Iris' mother Hitomi. Momo Kumakura. The only thing that, yeah, like the big one is Mizuki. And I think that's the right answer.
Mizuki has the strongest connections with all three victims. Shoko and Renju were her parents, and she was close friends with Iris. She was good friends with Ota too. But that's why I could never believe Mizuki would kill all four of them. Thinking of her as a suspect is ridiculous.
Oh, we're thinking of suspects. Interesting. Oh, I thought we were just looking for like... Okay, I was thinking something different. Okay. Iris' mother Hitomi. I mean, that wouldn't work either. None of these work because Moma... Oh, interesting. We don't know that in this timeline, actually. I guess the answer is Moma. Because in this timeline, we don't know that Iris... I mean, that Moma is a big Iris fan. And, like, it couldn't be Iris' mother, because why would the fuck she would kill her daughter?
Renju and Shoko were connected to the Kumakuras. But there's no connection to Iris.
There is one. Congressman So Saejima. It goes back to him.
Renju, Shoko, and So. There is a connection between Renju and Shoko through the Kumakuras. But again, I can't see any clear link to Iris.
Oh, here we go. Me. Here we go, Ryu. Here we go. Here we go.
I know Renju and Shoko. And I'm connected to Iris. But I have an alibi. Aside from Shoko, there's no way I could have killed any of them. No, now that I think about it, Shoko too. I don't remember killing her. My memories from 6 years ago are missing, but I still have my memory of recent events. And if I start doubting myself now...
Date, I can say without a doubt that there is zero possibility you are the new Cyclops killer. I have been working with you for years. I know better than anyone that you are innocent.
I mean, the last thing is Hitomi, but that wouldn't make sense either.
Hitomi and Renju are definitely linked. They were high school classmates. And she did say that she met Shoko twice. But I can't imagine she would kill Iris in such a gruesome way. No matter what the circumstances were, it seems impossible to me.
So we're just back to where we started.
I thought it over, boss. Of the people I know, I can't peg any of them as the murderer.
And no leads to pursue?
No.
Then there's only one thing you can do. Continue your investigation. Do whatever it takes to get the culprit. To get justice for the victims.
Okay.
You're right. Got it, boss.
Oh, interesting. Got a bunch of different things here. Let's go to Date's residence and check on Mizuki, because she just had like her entire like circle fucking killed. They're dead. So let's go check up on her. Are you okay? Mizuki's curled up on the sofa. She looked like a small animal frightened by a predator. Are you okay, Mizuki? About Oda? About Iris? Yeah.
Mizuki must know. About Iris and Ota.
Of course.
Yeah.
The news was distributed heavily across the internet. Not just in Japan, but worldwide. 3 days ago, Mizuki discovered her mother's body. 2 days ago, her father's. This morning, 2 of her best friends. It is completely understandable that she is at her mental limit.
Yeah.
Can I be left alone for a while?
I don't think it's good to be alone right now.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
He certainly didn't seem so. But I can't stay by her side forever. I get it.
Contact Abyss. See if they can get Mizuki a good counselor.
Understood.
I stayed with her for a little while, but we didn't speak. Having nothing more to say, I left. Damn. God, we only had the same clothes. Adore a rabbit! A stuffed rabbit. I gave it to Mizuki on her birthday. Okay, let's get out of here. Cold storage warehouse. Sorry, I just got an email about RAM stuff. Also, a potential job as well. But I have to call him back. I'll do it after the stream. Yeah, that's the right address. Okay, cool. Oh, Jesus. I stepped into the cold storage warehouse. The air conditioning wasn't running, but it was still cold. The temperature hadn't raised much at all. The cold air sunk into my skin, but the center of my body was burning hot. Iris and Oda's blood.
Right here. Iris and Ota were.
I am sure you are already aware of Ota's time of death.
Just before I arrived. About 3:30 in the morning.
And the cause of death.
Right, about that. Ota had a stab wound from a kitchen knife in his side.
Correct.
What was the exact cause of death? Was it the knife wound, or...?
I cannot determine that. I can conclude that the knife wound was at least close to being fatal. Even if Ota was still alive on the workbench, he was certainly on the verge of death. If he weren't already extremely weak, we would expect to see more signs of struggle.
That's kind of weird backhanded comment on the person who died, but whatever. Inspector, any clues?
No, nothing so far.
Come on, Kagami. God damn it, Kagami. Policeman. Any progress in the investigation?
I checked this place point by point, but didn't find nothing.
You know what's weird? In the case files, we still have people missing. We have 4 people missing. 5 people missing. Oil drum. An oil drum. Unlikely to be a clue. Shelves of boxes. I don't see any clues here. Forklift
This
A.
forklift is old. It does not appear to be functional. It has not been moved in some time.
Okay. Ice cutting machine. Iris and Oda were sliced in 2 by this ice cutting machine. Iris and Oda.
Iris's estimated time of death and
Jesus.
cause of death have been confirmed. The video was not a recording. It was a live stream, filmed in real time.
Jesus.
Which means Iris's time of death is 3:20 a.m.
Okay.
Iris also had her left eye removed.
Yeah.
And like Renju and Shoko, Iris's left eyeball has not been recovered.
She wasn't alive when she was cut in half, so that's the. She was alive when she was cut in half. The cause of her death was getting cut in half. I don't see anything special about it. Overhead crane.
There are
Shelves.
only a few items on the shelf.
Is this warehouse not in use?
I guess. I don't know. I guess she would just go into shock, and then from the shock, she just dies immediately. I guess it wasn't for long. Like, I don't know. I don't know how any of this works. Every time, like, they talk about, like, detailed way of how someone dies, like here, I always think about my TV critique course in college, where we were watching the scenes from The Sopranos, and it's Tony Soprano's. I think he was choking someone out, and one of the comments that someone made, one of the students, she critiqued about how accurate it was to strangle someone, how to strangle, like the strangulation is, and I just looked at her and I'm like, the fuck? And like she was like, well, like I did a lot of research and like did a lot of like research about the strangulation and stuff. I'm like, why? Why do you want to know about that? She was into the kinky stuff? Maybe. Even then, it's like, if someone came to, if like someone was strangled in my college, ooh, she would be prime suspect number 1. She would be suspect number 1. Box. A wooden box on the shelf is empty. Cardboard box. Nothing in it. Shelves. Nothing's particularly specific. Once again, I think I've seen everything here. I just don't know what I'm supposed to be looking at. It's always like this one little small thing. Oh, the
A
equipment.
video camera and laptop. This is what the criminal used to stream.
It's kind of what I'd use the stream for work.
All of these
Not
items
like
have
this
been
work.
bought from
I
pawn shops
other
and
different type
thrift
of work that I
stores.
actually do get paid
It would
for.
be difficult to determine a suspect from them. I have logged into the Wi-Fi in this warehouse. Okiura
Okay.
Fishery Co., Ltd. is listed as the owner.
Renju's.
However, I found the password written directly on the router. Anyone who saw it could have used it.
Okay.
I have done some research. As the name suggests, the company is owned by the Okiuras, the same Okiuras we know.
Why did she get quieter?
Renju's father created the company.
Another connection to Renju.
No, actually.
Yeah.
Currently, Okiura Fishery has nothing to do with Renju.
It's just name alone.
The company has been managed by office representatives for the past 17 years after Renju's father died. Renju holds no shares and is not involved in the management. In short, Renju did not inherit the company from his father, and it was instead given to other persons.
But it can't be a coincidence.
It certainly is suspicious.
It's definitely not a coincidence, but I don't know what we can do. Yeah, we can't do. I don't know what we could do with that. Maybe Oda was trying to help Iris, jumping at the criminal. That led to a scuffle, and Oda ended up with a knife wound in his side. He lost all his power to fight back. He was forcibly put inside the costume, then finally cut open by the ice cutting machine.
But why?
I feel that.
Why did the culprit put the costume on Ota?
Unknown.
What about the car that we saw
Date,
outside?
We should get moving.
Because when
Officers from the local jurisdiction are
arrived to
checking
the
warehouse
scene,
thoroughly.
there was 3 cars
We will
that
not
we
find
saw.
anything of importance here.
One of them belongs
Yeah,
to
you're right.
Oda, which
You
is
can
the
ask
van.
CSI to inform you if they find anything.
All right.
One of them belongs to us when we arrive. And then the other, I don't know. Who knows? Let me know if you find anything. I left them know, then left that warehouse. Oh, here we go. When I left the warehouse, I saw Pewter. What is he doing here? He walked up to me while I was trying to work it out.
Date, I have to talk to you about something.
If Oda could have lived like 1 minute longer, he could have got some information.
Huh?
About the
Maybe.
original Cyclops serial killings.
Okay.
Why this all of a sudden?
Because I want you to solve this case, Mr. Date. I want you to find who did this and bring them to justice. So, if I can help you, even a little.
Why didn't you say anything at Abyss?
The
Look, he
boss
can.
was there.
Yeah.
I couldn't speak openly in front of her. So, I decided to meet you here.
See, he has a bigger connection of why he really wants to figure out who killed them. And that is because Pewter and Renju were lovers. Mizuki's dad. You know that much. That explains why he's like a little more adamant about it. Like he's more brave to tell us about
All
this.
right. Let's hear it.
Earlier, I told you that I was completely certain the original Cyclops killer couldn't have committed these crimes.
Mm-hmm.
I am absolutely certain the original Cyclops killer could not have committed these crimes.
This is exactly the same thing.
Let me explain why. I'll start by telling you the identity of the Cyclops killer. Although, it's more accurate to say, killers.
More than one?
In the first series of killings, the culprit had an accomplice.
Mm-hmm.
One of them was born a murderous psychopath. The other is Rohan Kumakura, the
Oh.
previous chairman of the Kumakuras.
How do you figure that out?
They each had a role to play. The murderer committed the homicide, and Rohan removed the eyeball.
Okay, and who's the murderous psychopath? Yeah.
He was born with a brain dysfunction. Due to damage to the posterior pituitary gland, he was unable to properly secrete oxytocin.
Oxytocin is a peptide hormone linked to feelings of love, affection, and trust.
Appendix annihilus. Collected 100 appendix files.
It is colloquially referred to as the love hormone.
Oh, really?
It causes a tranquilizing effect which improves mood and relieves stress.
Oh, that's nice.
It is normally secreted when the body makes contact with an object of affection, such as an embrace or caress.
Aww.
I'm sure you know what this implies, but he was unable to feel love in the way that we do. However, he was able to
What is
experience
love?
a substitute. His brain was
Baby,
wired in
don't
such a
hurt
way
me.
that allowed him to feel satisfaction through
Don't
other
hurt
means.
me.
Due to the unique idiosyncrasies of his brain, he was able to release large amounts of dopamine and endorphins
What is love?
by performing a certain action.
That's killing.
What was it?
I assume it was murder, yeah.
Dopamine is a hormone linked to the reward system of the brain.
Yeah,
The pleasant feeling attained through accomplishment is dopamine.
that is true. I downloaded Fall Guys yesterday and I was playing on the Switch, which by the way, it runs like shit. Anyways, I was so like every time I got through one of those like mini games or like obstacle courses, oh, the satisfaction. And then get into the end, you're like, oh, let's fucking go. So good.
Endorphins are a kind of brain narcotic. They dull pain and create a feeling of happiness.
He got pleasure from killing people?
It's slightly more complicated than that. Killing people was the only way he could get pleasure. He was 12 when he took his first life. That enlightened him to the pleasure of murder, which he would do again and again.
Wait. Oh yeah, defeating Elden Ring boss. Oh, so good. This is like the From Software bosses. It feels so good. I wouldn't say any boss, because there's definitely some bosses where just like it's just annoying. It is just annoying. And it just feels way too long or something like that. Like the Horizon bosses, Horizon Zero Dawn, Forbidden West bosses, I found them to be like more annoying than like feeling good to beating them. Like I think he has a slip up. Peter has a slip up right now. He knows exactly who it is because he specifically mentioned he. So it's a male. And the fact that he knew that he was 12, that took his life, he took his first life. About Rohan.
18 years ago, Rohan took a woman's eye. She was already dead. He put his finger into her eye socket and gouged it out.
Gross.
The reason why was simple. He was fascinated by women's eyes.
What?
Their beauty stimulated his greed and his desire to possess them. He needed to have them, to make them his own.
He wants to be
Driven
a
by
finger
this
maiden.
instinctive impulse, he took the woman's eye. From then on, he acquired a grotesque obsession with the eyes of dead women. He was very particular about his need that the eye belonged to a deceased woman.
That is weird, right? Like, why does he know this? It's so weird.
But even being the head of a
Yeah.
Yakuza gang, there weren't too many opportunities for him to indulge. His deepest, darkest desire went unfulfilled for years. However, he soon met his ideal partner.
I think they solved the mystery. I think they solved like who the original killer is.
The aforementioned psychopath. The Cyclops killer would commit the murder, and Rohan would take the eye. Thus, a mutually beneficial relationship was established. This was the origin of the Cyclops serial killings. At about the same time, you were assigned to Abyss. That... I don't know.
The details of the original Cyclops serial killings case have become nebulous over time. Even the official investigation material contains nothing of value.
Right.
I am unable to draw any conclusions from them.
You really have no idea?
If I did, I would tell you.
Summarize for me, baby.
The original Cyclops killer had an accomplice.
There were 2 Cyclops killers.
Psycho killer.
One of them was the former chairman of the Kumakuras, Rohan Kumakura.
Rohan committed suicide by jumping to his death 1 year ago.
That means... Pewter, tell me this.
One
of the original killers is dead, I know that. But that means one remains. Who is he?
After his 4th murder, he was arrested by the police.
Oh, he was arrested.
They actually picked him up on other charges.
Oh.
But in any case, he is currently serving a life sentence in Fuchu prison.
Bonamcusa doesn't count. That's so true. You're free to go, Ghosty. Absolutely free to go. You received a presidential pardon for being too cute to be in jail. Oh, Falco is the fucking psychopath?
Fuchu prison?
Yes.
What's his name?
In
Falco?
prison, he doesn't have a name.
At 89?
He's simply called Number 89.
Okay.
Number 89.
Mm-hmm.
I know who killed Shogunadami.
So, now you know why I said that. That the original Cyclops killer couldn't have committed these crimes. Because one is dead, and the other is behind bars. Neither
Okay.
of them had the opportunity.
Okay. Well, I guess we solved the mystery of the Cyclops killing and who it was. Okay. And then we know that 89 is uncle of Iris and loves Hitomi, Iris's mother. Huh. Okay. Well, did he confess to the murders then? Or are the vibes good? Are you winning, Poyo? I think I'm winning. I feel like I'm winning. Well, 2 more people were dead. Which I guess that's not winning. But I feel like I'm getting more information about the story and about characters. I'm doing pretty good. Vibes are good. I'm a little... It's a weird feeling that I have right now. I'm not exactly sleepy. And I wouldn't say I'm tired. But I do feel like I need a nap. Because I definitely didn't get enough sleep yesterday. But at the same time, I don't feel like... It's weird. I feel good. Like, I only got 4 hours yesterday, so I'm not even that. Probably like 3.5 hours yesterday or today of like just sleep overnight. But I feel decent, which is weird. I'm physically hyper and mentally exhausted. Oof. Oof. You need a mental break. You need some dumb cartoons or maybe some Fall Guys. Play some Fall Guys. It's free on Xbox. It's free everywhere. Itashita Diner. All right, let's go talk to the mom. I bet she's like bawling her eyes out. The place was silent. It was so quiet. I felt like I could hear the floating dust. I stepped inside. I thought it was empty, but I saw a shadow in the corner of my eye. Oh, excuse me. It was Mayumi. Yeah. It was like watching a decaying old tree cling pathetically to the earth. That that's so rude. She lost her son. That's so rude. Just yeah. That's ugh. Jesus Christ, Date. Fall Guys will cure all my problems. It's true. It's a good game. I had a lot of fun playing it yesterday on my Switch. And then we're gonna play it on Tuesday. Next Tuesday on stream. It should be a lot of fun. God, this dude watches this bitch. He goes full Sasuke. All right. Can I say meow to the cat? So awkward. So depressing. Are you okay, Mayumi? The thing is, like, personally, I don't think I would say shit. I to me, I think like just being there and just comforting as much as you can and supporting. I think that's what I would do. Like run the restaurant, help her out with any of the cooking, cleaning, anything she wanted, I will help out. Until like she wants to talk to me about it. Like I don't think I have what it to like say, do you want to talk about it? Do you want to talk about your dead son? Or like, hey, do you have information about poverty leads to your dead son killer? Oh, talk about it. Okay, I'm glad Date just doesn't say anything. Thank you.
This is your fault.
What?
I heard from the police. Because you didn't take care of Iris, my boy Ota got involved.
Date, I looked into the investigation report. Mayumi confirmed Ota's body early this morning.
Jesus.
I see.
Oh my god. Ah. I'm gonna cry. I can't even imagine just like, going to confirm you're like, oh, and like in such a gruesome way too.
I'm sorry. I want to be alone right now.
That's fair.
Did you not hear me? I said leave!
Yeah. Like,
Date, let's go.
yeah.
She is in no state to talk.
Yeah, you're right.
This is depressing. I don't like this timeline. Get me out of here. Oh, we're gonna go to another. Oh my god. We're gonna go to another crying mother. Oh no, I'm not ready for this. I am so not ready for this. Okay. When I visited the Sagan household, I found her told me with a hollow look in her eyes. I bet. She let me in and asked me to sit on the sofa. Okay. I agreed and sat down. But after that, I couldn't say a single word. Yeah, the heavy silence weighed on both of us. Yeah. Okay, hit me. I had such a memey thought. Hold on. I'll tell you what I mean. Give me a second. Give me a second to like set it up. Output capture. PC audio. Okay. Hold on. Let me mute this real quick. Okay, so you guys don't hear it. I think this is the one. Yeah, this is the one. Here we go. This is the classic, like, whenever anything, like, sad happens in Naruto, they fucking play this song. I think this is the song. Hold up. Here, there, this, yeah. Doo-doo-doo. The feels. Feel the feels. Doo doo doo. Jiraiya Sensei. Sasuke. Naruto! Alright. Enough of this. Goodbye. Silencing you. Deleting you. Yes, sir. Doo-doo-doo. Flowers.
In the language of flowers.
Oh, you gotta go through memory.
goodness
Oh,
and
you
hope.
piece of shit.
When I saw the flowers this morning, I just knew something good would happen.
Iris.
Just drawing on the wall. Oh yeah, we don't know in this timeline. We don't know the background, the backstory of this picture. You remember the good old times when I sniffed the shoebox here? That was happier times, you know. Happier time. Let's go back to me sniffing shoeboxes. I prefer that in this fucking depressing. About Oda.
Oda was one of my students.
Oh,
I taught
really?
him in elementary school.
Oh.
I heard it from the police. Oda tried to help Iris and ended up... I don't know what to say. I have no words.
About Iris.
Iris was my everything. We always went everywhere together. Whether it was buying clothes, or going to the movies, or taking a walk, or going shopping at the supermarket. When she was young, she would just hold one of my fingers. Her hand was too small to hold mine. Then it was 2, then 3, and finally she could hold my hand. But eventually, she left my hands altogether. She started crossing her arms, being independent, even though she needed constant attention growing up. Her memories are a part of this room. And always will be. When she was a baby, she fell off that sofa and cried and cried.
Stupid baby.
One day she tore up her picture book all over the floor here. Another time she drew with crayons all over the window. She painted my portrait on Mother's Day. Scratches on the floor, chipped plates, burn marks on the table, stains on the cushions.
Burn marks on the table?
Everything you see. It all holds a memory of her. But why?
Can you think of any information?
Hitomi, my entire focus is on this case. Is there anything at all you can tell me?
I don't know if this is important, but
No, please, tell me.
I may have told you this already. I met Renju's wife Shoko twice before.
Mm-hmm.
The first time at the wedding, the second time a month ago. That second time was in the waiting room of the prison.
Oh.
Prison?
There's an acquaintance of mine from when we were younger.
Ooh.
I visit them a few times a year. And by coincidence, I saw Shoko.
That's 89.
I don't think she noticed me, but I recognized her as Renju's wife right away.
What was she doing in the prison
She was there
then?
for the same reason I was. To visit one of the inmates.
Is it the same
Do you
inmate?
know who?
No, I don't. We didn't talk.
Which prison?
Fucho prison. Yeah.
In Tokyo.
Fuchu.
Prison?
Okay.
I'm sorry to have bothered you. I'll be going now.
Oh.
I don't know what to do. Thinking about her. Dante, please, you have to catch them.
But probably not in this timeline.
Please.
In fact,
Please.
in all like the 3 timelines that I've been to,
I will.
Iris is dead.
Trust me.
One of them was brain tumor. The other one was because we didn't believe her, and then she got stabbed a bunch. Which we still haven't seen like the ending of that timeline, because it still continues. But we need more information.
Are
I guess.
you okay, honey?
Huh?
About last night. Well, at 3 in the morning, anyway.
You know about it?
It's on every channel.
Yeah, it's on the news. Every character
You're
mentioned
the
it
face
before.
of a ghost. Do you want a glass?
I don't need a drink. I need information. Do you have anything?
Well, let's see. I do have... I suppose you could call it intuition.
Intuition?
Tell me.
The Kumakuras are involved in this case. Remember what I told you before? That there's a relationship between Ren and the Kumakuras? Shoko also has a relationship with them. You know about her dealings with the Kumakuras, right?
Yeah.
So basically, 2 of the victims are linked to the Kumakuras. That must mean they're involved somehow, right?
Not 2, 3.
3? Iris?
No, not that one. The boy.
Oda?
He came here last night.
Ota?
Yes, from Matsushita Diner. He's linked to the Kumakuras as well.
What? Nah, you fibbing. You fibbing. Give me a drink. Give me a beer. You fibbing now. No way. Fibbing. On the wall. Refrigerator. Radio. What are you on about?
Have you heard the rumor?
Mama told me a similar story to Aiba's. About Sosaijima and the Kabasaki district. The basic idea is this. 8 years ago, So sold his land in the Kabasaki district. Was it 8 years ago? sold his land in Kabayazaki for 30 billion yen. Half a year later, an explosion at the chemical plant caused the land prices to drop drastically. So bought back the land for 1 billion yen, almost like he knew beforehand that the accident would happen. Did So blow it up or conspired to blow it up? No, that wouldn't make sense. So wouldn't gain anything from that. He will end up with 29 billion in cash and 1 billion in land. It's a net zero. But there's more to the story.
The Kumakuras own a handful of real estate companies. They of course look legit, but they're Yakuza fronts. I'll call those real estate companies the KE to keep it simple for you. The KE followed in So's footsteps. They bought up land in Kawasaki.
Okay.
Now, back to So. Have you heard of the plans for the casino in Kawasaki? So was the one who came up with it.
Casino?
I was born and raised in Kawasaki. I remember the landscape of my childhood, and I loved it dearly. But look at Kawasaki now. When I see images of the destruction on television, my heart aches like it's being chopped to pieces.
Chop, 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 chop.
But I promise you, I will revive the Kawasaki district at any cost. Casino Town Kawasaki will give new life to the city.
Okay.
After that, So moved fast. He submitted the bills he needed to the National Assembly after drumming up support in the right places. The bills passed, and it became an official government initiative.
Decontamination efforts therefore increased at a rapid pace in the Kawasaki district. At the moment, the area is still considered off limits. However,
Okay.
the air in Kawasaki is currently purified to such an extent that it has no negative effect on the human body.
Where are we going with this?
If the plan goes smoothly, land prices in Kawasaki are going to skyrocket.
Well, of course,
And
yeah.
all that land is owned by the KE. And by So himself.
Yeah.
The land he bought back for 1 billion will be worth 10 times that soon.
He's involved in some shady business.
What does this have to do with the murder? With the murderers? The murders.
This is just another rumor, but the chemical plant exploding was no accident. It was done intentionally.
By So and the Kumakuras, you mean?
But there's no hard evidence of that. It's just gossip. What were we talking about again?
I don't know. To be honest, you kind of just started talking, and I'm just like, how does this all link?
You know how Matsushita Diner is close to the Kawasaki district?
Okay.
The chemical plant explosion made times hard.
That explains why it's
Foot
empty all
traffic
the
went
time.
down,
Okay.
sales declined. No wonder it closed down. Ota must hold a grudge.
Oh, it closed down?
Someone caused that explosion.
I thought it was still open.
And if it was intentional, oh, he'd hate them even more. That's how I link Ota to the Kumakuras.
I don't know. That's a stretch. I mean, to me, it's a stretch. For Mama, it doesn't seem like a stretch because Mama doesn't know Oda. We know Oda. Oda doesn't seem like the type of person to like hold a grudge like that. Say goodbye.
Thank you, Mama.
Mama.
I don't know if what you told me will lead to anything, but...
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to waste your time.
No, it was very helpful.
I'm glad I can help.
I had to turn off the
even if
AC. It
it's
was
just
getting
a
really
little.
cold.
Well then.
I think it's
see.
like a chilly day
Come
today.
back anytime.
That's why I'm wearing a sweater. It was chilly outside today. Okay. So we didn't get anything investigation-wise, but we did get some character stuff. It was all depressing. It was straight up depressing. A bunch of mob crimes in front of me. I don't like that. That just makes me even more depressed. I didn't see her anywhere. Oh, we're looking for her boss.
Where did she go?
Well, she isn't always here, correct?
True.
Sat down in my user seat and decided to wait for boss. Oh,
what are you doing?
I thought it would be easier to talk like this.
Oh, like boss?
What do we have to talk about?
A summary of the investigation, perhaps?
Yeah, we have a lot to talk about. I don't know what you're talking about.
Summary? We don't have anything new.
That's not true.
Huh?
I was curious, so I did some research.
Mm-hmm.
About number 89.
I want to learn about the Tanuki's balls. And talk to Mario. Do we know about Mario in this? I don't think we know about Mario in this timeline. I think. I guess he wouldn't say anything new because he's always boss that says something new about this. But like the random shit in the on her wall. Okay. What's 89's real name?
Unknown.
Okay.
I don't know.
I think it's Falco,
no such
right?
person is listed in the family registry. It is possible he is a foreigner, but his nationality is unknown. However, I believe it is safe to say that he was born and raised in Japan.
What's the relationship between 89 and Shoko? I guess who is 89?
As you know, he is an assassin with multiple confirmed kills. He is currently serving a sentence at Fuchu Prison.
Mm-hmm.
He was imprisoned 6 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Pewter told us.
After his fourth murder, he was arrested by the police.
What's the relationship between 89 and Shoko?
Unknown.
Thank you for your information.
I cannot determine if they have any connection.
I don't know. Thank you.
Approximately
Thank you
1
for your
month
input.
ago,
I'm glad we're having this
Hitomi
talk here.
Sagan witnessed Shoko in Fuchu Prison's waiting room. I am unable to say for certain that the person she was there to visit was number 89.
Yeah.
After all, Fuchu Prison houses 2,000 inmates.
But number 89 knew Shoko's name.
I know who killed Shogunadami.
I mean,
that must mean that he knew her somehow.
Not really. He could have just saw the name on the news. I mean, I assume the prison system here in Japan, at least, have like a communal area of like where they could watch TV or something, like local news or something. I don't know.
It is possible.
You would think so, but who knows?
Pewter claims that there were 2 culprits behind the original serial killings. One was the former chairman of the
I mean, yeah, he
Kumakura,
has to have the
Rohan
news.
Kumakura.
Because otherwise, how would he know that Shoko died? Shoko died. Well, that came out of nowhere.
But Rohan committed suicide last year.
That leaves 1 culprit still alive, number 89.
But number 89 couldn't possibly have committed these crimes. He was in jail when each of the murders occurred.
You okay, boy? Yeah, I'm
Correct.
okay. I just had hiccups.
However, I do not believe it is accurate
This is
to
a little
claim
gassy.
that he had nothing to do with the incident.
Excuse me.
I know who killed Shogunadami.
Apologies.
If he was telling the truth, his involvement is possible.
Okay, let's talk to 89.
Let's talk to number 89.
I don't know if he's telling the truth or he's full of it. But he's at our last remaining loose
All
end.
right. However, we need not go to him. We can bring him to us.
Why would we do that?
If we plan on syncing with him, it would be more efficient.
Okay.
Can you arrange that?
I can.
After cutting through some red tape, 89 was to be brought to HQ. He took considerable time to arrive, but for some reason, boss never showed up. Interesting. So last time we had 89 in the police headquarters, he escaped and fled with Renju. Peter helped out the escaped because Peter um is Renju's lover, if I remember that. What are you doing here, Peter? Sup, Falco? I think that's his name. I might just been calling him Falco for no reason. Oh.
Sorry to interrupt your busy day, but I need you to tell me something. I'd appreciate your cooperation.
89. Give me your name.
Number 89.
Your real name.
I don't remember. Burkina Faso.
Burkina Faso is a republic in West Africa. Population 17 million.
This would be like Batman.
I don't have time for your jokes.
Do you know Shoko Nadami?
Yeah, I guess I do.
About a month ago, Shoko visited Fuchu prison. Was she there to see you?
That's right.
Oh.
What did you talk about?
Nothing special.
You're in no position to lie.
I mean, he's not
I'm
lying.
not lying. She didn't come to hear me talk.
Then why did she come?
To meet me.
Meet you?
She probably just wanted to see me.
Why? When did you first meet Shoko? Yeah.
A long time ago. I don't remember exactly when.
What's your relationship to her?
A physical one.
Oh. Alright. Wasn't expecting that.
I'm kidding. She was just a business partner.
Oh. Yeah. It would have been more fun if it was a physical. It would have been more fun. Man, business partner. Man.
That's right.
Oh shit, I turned off the auto.
I was one of the culprits behind a case 6 years ago.
One of the corporates. So he confirms
One
there
of
are
the
multiple.
two Cyclops killers.
Okay. Big question. Who killed Shoko Nadami?
Alright. Let's get right down to it. 2 days ago, you called
Get
Investigation
down to
HQ and said,
business.
I know who killed Shoko Nadami.
That's right.
Defeat.
Who?
Hey, don't be so hasty. We haven't agreed on a deal. You're gonna let me out of prison, right?
It's done. You've got a deal.
All right. But to explain it properly, I need to tell you a story.
Oh, great.
It might take some time. Is that all right with you?
I've got nothing but time.
Oh, I have peanuts.
Then let's get started. The story
kinda hungry.
of the lonely assassin.
And I realized I have nuts.
Once upon a time, there was a detective, full of righteous justice. Let's call him F. F found the evils of the world intolerable.
Falco.
F had no parents, no siblings, and grew up in an orphanage.
I'm
since
assuming
he was born.
F is himself.
He suffered every kind of abuse imaginable there. It led him to despise all the evils of the world. One day, F was chasing a thug down at the harbor.
Oh, clear to
Someone
that's him.
wanted for the assault and murder of women.
Okay, I get it. I'll just throw down my knife. Here. And you lower your gun.
I recognize that voice actor.
It's fine. I got nothing else on me.
Hmm.
I'll go quietly.
That's That's what's his fucking face from Catherine? Beelzebub? Is that his name? From Catherine Full Body? When you go inside the confession booth? I think that's the same voice actor.
You know, I have a history with hospitals. I've been going to a special hospital for a while. Even if I get caught, it's all good.
Raisin?
I'll come right back out again.
What is?
What should I do next time? Just thinking about it gets me excited.
Ooh. Oh. Jesus.
The culprit was unarmed, but F never served a day in prison. The case went to trial for some time, but it was determined to be self-defense, and he was declared innocent. If the truth got out, it would be a huge scandal for the police.
I mean,
people at the upper level were terrified of what might happen, so they had evidence fabricated. F wasn't suspended or disciplined at all. After a while, he returned to his job like nothing happened. That was a turning point for him. He was ready to shed the morality that was weighing him down, holding him back. F still wanted justice, and he was willing to dispense it to the immoral one by one. He became an assassin, a lone gunman. No agent, no employer. He was his own man.
His own
F
boss.
believed that he was judge, jury, and executioner. But it didn't last long. One day, F got rid of a criminal we'll call X. X was responsible for defrauding and killing an innocent old man for his life insurance policy.
Jesus.
Turns out, X had connections. Someone wasn't happy that he died. Rohan Kumakura, chairman of the Kumakuras. X was a top executive of the Kumakuras at the time. Rohan ordered his men to find and kidnap F.
I've done some research.
Huh.
I know you've cleaned up at least 18 pieces of scum from this earth.
Interesting. This is the first time we've ever seen Rohan speak. Because we've seen him mentioned so many times. We've never actually seen him, like, hear him speak, or because he's dead.
But somehow there hasn't been a single criminal investigation. They're all treated as suicides, accidents, or natural causes. Amazing work. I'm impressed. How about you work for us? Of course, you have the right to say no, but it'll be the last word out of your mouth.
F was trapped. Even if he somehow survived, he would be looking over his shoulder for the rest of his life. He had no choice but to take Rohan's offer. Thus, F's self-employment came to an end. He became a hired gun of the Kumakuras. Rohan even gave him a code name, Falco, named for the falcon, a bird of prey.
That's where I got Falco from. Okay. This is not a real name.
Falco didn't quit his job as a police officer, though. He worked as a detective by day, assassin by night, at the will of the organization. An ordinary killer would need motive to take a life. Not Falco. He did as he was told, one target after another. It didn't take long to destroy his heart completely. Time passed, and a few years back, Falco, who by this time was exhausted in body and spirit, made a fatal mistake.
He fell in love.
He missed his mark and ended up taking a bullet to the stomach. Somehow he managed to escape. After reaching a nearby shrine, his legs finally gave out under him. He had no strength left. He put his back up against the shrine and let out a moaning breath that he thought might be his last. But at that moment,
Hitomi showed up. Yeah, Hitomi told her side of the story.
in his darkening vision, he saw a woman approach him. He watched her take out her phone and dial for help. At the same time, he heard footsteps. Footsteps of at least 2 people closing in. He knew immediately that they were after him. He sprung into action, grabbing the woman and pulling her close, kissing her to keep her from talking. That was the first encounter between Falco and the woman.
And the woman is Hitomi.
She was a teacher at some school.
Iris's
It was
mother.
like she was from a totally different world than him. Listening to her talk, he would forget everything about his line of work. She was his only contact with the ordinary, mundane world. They met in secret a few more times, and Falco felt his heart grow warmer. Her
It grew 3
smile
times in
and
size.
kindness were like a cold glass of water for Falco's parched heart. Falco started to become himself again, his former self. He swore on his life that from then on, he would live for her.
So, you want to go clean? Fine. Do as you please. You've done a lot for us. But there is one last thing.
One last job.
One final job I want you to do for me. It's nothing major.
Always one final job.
This woman and her daughter. I need you to dispose of them. Should be simple, no?
Rohan handed Falco a picture of a woman and a girl. It was the teacher Falco met at the shrine. And her daughter. She had just turned 12. Why the two of them? Rohan, as usual, never gave a reason. And Falco had no intention of carrying out the kill. But if he didn't, he knew that someone else would.
Very true.
He thought long and hard. How was he going to keep them safe and get out of the life of crime? He couldn't find an answer, no matter how hard he thought. He was backed into a corner. So, he decided to call on an old friend for help.
Oh.
And then...
Is it Date? Oh. For some reason, he wouldn't open his mouth again. Why did he stop?
Why did you stop?
Was that the whole story?
Was that the whole story?
You mentioned a detective?
You mentioned a detective. What's the connection between that and Shoko?
Yeah. Well, it's a cool story. Answer me!
Hey, answer me.
Answer me!
This is a transaction, remember?
What else do you want? You want a blowy?
Until I get a guarantee that you'll uphold your end of the bargain, I'm not telling you anything else.
Fair enough.
I'll give you half up front, half later.
That was half? Damn.
If you want to hear the rest of my story, you better start the release procedures. Once they've cleared, I'll tell you everything.
Date, it is unlikely that number 89 will uphold his promise, even upon release.
Computer,
Yes?
start the preparations.
For what?
What do you think? The sink.
Oh. Here we go again.
Injected number 89 with the usual dosage. He will not be waking up anytime soon. Are you ready, Agent Date?
Yeah,
The time limit is 6 minutes.
I know.
Then let's begin.
Here we go, lads. Here we go, pals. I do like this visual of like you going inside. Pretty cool. Oh, we're in Hitomi's house. Oh.
No, not sup. Why are you sleeping on the job?
Because I want to, obviously.
Hey.
Why are you getting mad at me?
Yeah.
Yeah, this rug feels so good on my skin, yeah.
Why are you suddenly a cat?
Playtime's over. Let's begin.
Stand up.
Is this the Sagan residence?
What?
It definitely is. But why?
Number 89. What were you up to?
Kitty cat. I have no clue.
What? The green. I do not think I can pass through it.
Really wants to hide it, huh? Okay, new plan.
Somnium scan. Activate.
Mental lock 1. A phone. Mental lock 2. Iba. Read the window. Or the door.
This appears to correspond to the green thing.
Enemy stand. There's an enemy stand user. Okay. So what we got here? We got a switch, we got Winter Iris, and we got a picture. Let's go. I guess look at the Winter Iris.
A winter iris that blooms in the cold.
I know, I know.
Pick it.
You can do it. I believe in you.
Stop it! You're distracting me! I got one!
Hey. Oh.
Aw, right after I pulled it out, too.
Did the green stuff react at all?
A phone.
Got a phone call.
Should I pick it up?
Hang up, ignore. Ignore it?
It won't stop ringing.
I guess I have to hang up then. Oh, no, it stopped.
It stopped. What was that?
I don't know.
Well, that solved it. Big brain. Not really.
I guess it worked?
I guess so. Prevent this disturbance from...
Agent Date, you've got 5 minutes.
El libro.
A
¿Dónde
book?
está la biblioteca? Let's tear it.
Yeah!
Damn.
Are you sure this will help us uncover number 89's secrets?
I don't think so,
It
but
might. We're getting closer.
it's fun to do. Okay. We got a liquid here. Got some... What is this liquid here
There
doing?
is some kind of liquid pooled on the floor.
It looks like it's supposed to be wine. Jump in. The cannon smell. Let's jump in it.
Jump in, you say.
Mm-hmm.
Jump in, Iba!
You do not have to shout.
Huh. I thought I was gonna do something.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know why I listened to you.
Well, last time we went through a portal. Give me some. Give me that sass.
There is some kind.
Well, you know what? Now I'm gonna make you lick it. Lick it.
Just don't make a mess.
I do not
Lick
intend
it.
to. Hmm? This is wine? I had better drink some more to be sure.
Stop it.
She has to be extra sure. Yeah, but what does like learning that it's wine do for us?
There is some kind.
The cannon smell. I can stick my hand in it.
Hmm? It is
Oh, see?
Did you find anything?
Want to see a drunk AI? Yo, let's go.
Well...
Game about being drunk as fuck. Let's go.
There is something.
A cork.
Freaking all that sake. Glug, 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 glug.
My wine.
That was wine? It looks like sludge.
My wine tastes like sludge.
So you agree it's sludge?
Ew. That's gross.
It's ringing again. What should I do?
Oh, Jesus. I guess ignore it, but that's 120 seconds. Guess pick it up.
All right.
Change it up at least a
Who
little
is
bit.
this? What the? I lost consciousness.
I guess I just have to ignore it. It's a long phone call. We have to let it ring and stare at it as it rings. I just like the slow zoom
Aren't you curious who was calling?
into the
I am
eyes.
curious, but what if they threaten me for money?
You're a police officer. Have some backbone.
No, he has a solid point. What if they do threaten me with money? He has a solid point.
I suppose we didn't do anything wrong.
I guess
At
not.
least you didn't faint.
Got another book. Let's rip. Can we rip this
A
book
book.
too? Guess we can.
I wonder what these books symbolize.
I don't know. Maybe he used to oversee a library?
Number 89. A librarian.
You never know. Could be. Could be a librarian. You don't know his life. But we got a pot.
It's a pot. Steam is rising from it. It appears to be some kind of green curry.
Would you say that's
a
an awfully
soybean
hot
stew?
coffee pot?
It might also be boiled green juice.
Yeah,
That's
like
an
a
awfully
slime.
hot coffee
A
pot.
turtle ninja could leap out at any moment.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Where? Turtle
What?
power.
I told you to wear it.
Wear it. All right, here I go.
Heroes in a half shell.
Are you okay?
I am fine, actually. In fact, I feel as though my defense has risen.
A little worried about your head.
Why? My head is thoroughly protected.
Prevent the
Less
view
than 1
from.
minute. Hurry!
Prevent the view from what? Wait, what else is in this room? Is this a ceiling fan? Or is another book over there?
A book. Here I go.
Oh, it's a big possibility.
What happened?
Nothing.
Ceiling fan.
It's a ceiling fan.
Is that like a giant desk fan?
A desk fan only moves the air immediately around it, whereas a ceiling fan circulates air in an entire room.
Oh, right.
Headbutt it? Yeah, sure, why not?
Ow!
No good, huh?
It's a seal.
Hold on. You spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record player, baby, right round, round.
Date, 30 seconds.
Well, we're gonna have to retry this. The thing is, even if I go back to the first lock, I still don't have time. Because it's like 160 seconds no matter what.
It's a ceiling fan.
Is that like a giant?
A desk fan.
Huh.
Throw something, I guess?
Something like this? Take this! Ugh! Do not me. Be more careful.
Sorry.
It's a ceiling fan.
Blow on it?
Blow on it. Ah.
Oh.
What? Oh, okay. I think I know what I'm supposed to do. Okay.
It's a pot. It appears to be some.
Maybe a soybeans?
It might also be.
Yeah, like a...
Okay. Yeah, let's wear it.
What?
Okay.
Less than 1 minute. Hurry.
And then maybe the switch.
A switch.
Remove thorns. Flip switch.
This switch again. Last time we handled it in a different manner.
That was then. This is now.
But there are thorns. You are aware that I am the one who feels the pain.
It's fine. It'll only hurt for a bit, then it'll be better.
Huh. Oh, it doesn't hurt.
Yeah, because you don't see it.
The light has turned on.
Oh, ×2. Floor lamp.
A floor lamp.
Oh, what the fuck? I feel like this is impossible. Kick it?
You better come up with a more intelligent solution.
Date, these are your instructions.
Well, that didn't work.
A floor lamp.
Lift up.
A floor lamp.
Date, 30 seconds.
Turn off.
Easier said than done. I do not see a... I cannot find it. A floor...
Okay, we need more time. Let's go back to lock. Yeah, let's go back to like the get more seconds here.
Agent Date, you've got 5 minutes.
Okay, what did we do here? The liquid. Here we go.
There is some kind...
Well, we stick our hand in. That was the solution for this one. And then the phone rings, right? Oh, do I actually have to rip this book? Oh, you use the time twos on the books. Oh, and that's how you save time.
Are you sure this will help us?
I've been
uncover
ripping the
number
books
89's
before.
secrets?
It might. We're getting...
Okay.
It's ringing again.
Now we ignore it. Yeah.
I suppose.
Okay, so then we get the pot.
Agent Date, you've got 4 minutes.
It's a pot. It appears to be some.
Maybe a...
Okay. We wear it.
What?
That's an awfully hot coffee pot. Go to the switch.
A switch?
No.
A switch.
Flip it
The
regularly.
switch again.
Okay, the light turned on over there. But we have a ×2. So we go over here.
A book.
I guess we read it.
F became an assassin for the Kumakuras. Rohan himself bestowed F a code name.
Yeah.
That name is Falcon.
Yeah, we know that. But then we go over here.
3 minutes,
A
Date.
floor lamp.
Well, so far the last one is to grab it. I guess we'll grab it.
Are you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is this okay?
Looks okay.
The ceiling fan?
It's a ceiling.
Is that like a giant...
A desk.
We did blow on it last time and it did
Blow on
something.
it? Ah.
Yeah, it went in reverse.
Oh.
What is that?
There's a poltergeist. A poltergeist! I didn't know we were playing Phasmophobia. Oh!
It's an eye.
Jesus.
Date, what are we going to do?
Pee on it. Well, we ignore it, right? Just T-pose the hell out of it.
Stare.
Yeah, it is.
I passed out when it looked at me.
Oh, that wasn't the answer? Okay, we'll poke its eye. Close the curtain. Guess we close the curtain? I guess it's the same as ignoring it.
It left.
Yeah, okay. A different way of ignoring. Okay, that makes sense.
That eye.
Do you know something about it?
Yes. It was Kinda cute.
Date, please.
You are insane.
Absolutely despicable human being.
What?
Date, you absolute filth.
That's...
It's Hitomi! You
have less than
absolute
2
filth.
minutes. Hurry.
What do we got? We got a skull, we got a book, and we got Hitomi. Got the skull.
A skull. I do not see the body.
Gotta love Dante. Let's kiss it.
I must be malfunctioning. You want me to do what?
Ease it.
Just give it a little kissy.
Easy.
I am seriously getting tired of your bone fetish.
Easy.
No reaction.
Oh, but that was exciting.
Dante.
I do not need your report, thank you.
Alright, tell me. What do you got for me?
It's Hitomi.
Kiss her? Touch her? Talk to her? Hug her? I guess I'll hug her?
Well, I suppose I will try it.
Hugging usually works, right? Hugging is good.
She's hard.
Yeah, me too.
Oh my god.
Sorry, nothing.
Dante. Oh wait, there's something back here. It's an eyeball.
What?
Oh. Okay. Is there anything else here? No. Okay, I guess the only thing is to talk to Hitomi. Let's kiss Hitomi.
What?
Kiss her.
You...
Kiss her. Mwah.
Like this? But why?
You are like one of my limbs, Ivan.
Yes.
Like an alter ego. An incarnation of me to kiss Hitomi.
Yes.
Then it's like me kissing Hitomi, right?
Date.
No.
No.
You sure? Because that was making my heart rate rise. And another
Date.
part of me too.
Let it
Date.
just be only your heart, please.
Absolute filth.
It's Hitomi.
Well, it says prevent the invasion. So what the fuck do I do? It's skull?
A skull.
I'll throw the skull.
Would that not be disrespectful to the dead?
Sure.
It's a hunk of calcium.
All right. Sorry about this.
Whose skull was this?
Unknown. I also cannot determine the connection to number 89.
Oh, great. I got a negative. I got ×2. Okay. Let's take this.
A book. Falco was in a bind and turned to a trusted friend. The rest is marked over.
But I want to know what happened after.
This is so confusing because it's like,
Less than 1 minute.
because it's a
Hurry.
dream, it has to be so fucking obtuse. And it's just so annoying.
It's Hitomi.
I guess talk to her?
Understood. Hey! Hitomi! Hitomi! No use.
Could you try it again, but more in a fawning way?
Fawning
I
way.
believe we should try something else.
But fawning.
Date.
Let it go.
Pen in the game. This is a mother who lost her child.
It's Hit.
Not disrespect her in any way. Alright. Touch her.
Where?
On the shoulder?
Well, maybe her
Back? Yes, Date. Finish
Her
that sentence.
stomach, right?
Mmm.
Yeah. It's not like I'm touching her.
she's extremely hard. Perhaps due to her being stationary?
What did you say?
That she is stationary?
That she's hard.
No, before that.
She's hard?
Hitomi is hard right now? Got it. That's useful information. Let's keep that in mind.
Date. I don't like to zoom into her crotch.
Wait, I forgot. What's Hitomi's condition right now? I totally lost it.
Could you stop messing around? Or would you like me to crush you with this vice?
Hey, relax. I was kidding.
Wait, so what's the answer here? We've done everything for Hitomi. The only thing left is the picture.
A picture?
Just a picture.
Remove?
It isn't coming off. It must be integrated into the wall.
Like you to me.
No.
Like me and Reika from T.
Oh, again with Reika. I haven't heard that name in a long time. God damn.
No, not that either.
Do you think we ever meet Reika? Reika is a girl from like a hostess club that he's like infatuated by.
I don't have a pen. No choice. I must use my blood.
I have a pen.
You don't have to go that far.
I have apple. Pineapple pen.
The color has returned.
Hey, Iba?
I said blood, but it is not the same as human blood. No need to worry. And besides, we are in a dream.
Still, blood? I'd feel better if you used a different word.
For example?
Body fluids?
Gross. That's even, yeah, that's even worse, Date. Okay. We got nowhere with that. I've done everything here. The only thing left is the books.
A book?
Guess I'll read them?
The smile and kind words of a woman. Sounds like you, Doc.
No.
Really?
The nourishment is temporary. Then I go and check my wallet and it hits me.
Oh, I see. You are talking about that cabaret girl
God damn it.
again.
Stop! Don't remind me.
I think that's all of them, right? No, there's one book missing.
Date, 30
Apparently
seconds.
there's 2 books. I'm so confused. I guess I just read the books.
A book?
I already read this.
A book?
Yeah, I already read that.
A book?
I guess I haven't read that one. Do 1 second, because we don't have that much time.
F stands against evildoers and brings them harsh justice.
Guy sounds like Judge Dredd.
Hey, I actually did a name drop on Judge
Or a
Dredd.
bad thing?
Yes.
A book. A book.
What am I supposed to do?
What is this going to accomplish?
We're driving number 80.
By tearing...
Yeah. I remember how shocked I felt when Mizuki tore up one of the porno mags I was hiding.
That situation was clearly different.
Date, you're out of time.
Wait, it actually kind of worked though.
A book.
It looked like it worked, but I tore it.
I wonder what these books...
I don't know.
Number 89...
Who is that?
Oh.
What do I do?
Lock it? Ah!
No! Stop!
Damn. She survived that too. Holy shit.
Stop right there!
Boss? She was shot in the shoulder. Wait, it looks like she was also bleeding like on her side too. There's 3 gunshots. Boss with the titties. With the titties. With the big boonga. Oh my god. Oh my god. But we did it. It took a while. It was a little more confusing than usual. It was a lot harder too to like manage the
Date,
time.
This is a serious matter.
Where's Boss?
Huh?
Boss, where is she?
Where is she?
I don't know. I haven't seen her since about noon.
Damn it.
Date, listen. Something happened while you were in Somnium.
Well, what's up?
Huh?
Please stay calm and listen.
Did Mizuki
So
die too?
Tsujima's body was discovered.
What?
He was cut into pieces and put inside a vase in his mansion.
Oh my god. This is like the most gruesome timeline we had so far. Everyone is dying. Soon we're just gonna be left with like no one.
That can't be.
The housekeeper found him and reported it to the police.
This is extreme.
And one more thing. So was missing his left eye.
Oh.
You mean the Cyclops killer did it?
Probably, yes.
Oh.
What is your next move, Date?
I don't know.
We'll deal with So later. Before that, I need to talk to Boss.
I suggest
Actually.
checking the office.
Just to make it like easier on Date, we'll hold all the funerals in like one day in one big ceremony.
Good
Hype
idea.
for all the deaths here. Let's go. Hype for all the killings. Let's go. Just jam
Not
out.
here. Where is she?
The Somnium earlier was just like the dream I had 3 days ago. That was 3 days
What the hell
ago?
is going on? What is going on?
I felt like centuries ago.
They told me it was shot by Rohan Kumakura to protect number 89?
Mm-hmm. And there's another thing I can't figure out.
Boss.
Yeah, why is she there?
Why was Boss there? Because it was a dream?
No.
Was it completely random?
No.
No, that can't be.
Yeah.
You can't dream of a face you've never seen.
Mm-hmm.
Number 89 must know Boss somehow.
That's true. This is a serious secret. Boss is hiding it. I have to search this room. There must be a clue somewhere. Oh, here we go. Matryoshka doll. I opened the Matryoshka. There was a smaller one inside. I opened the Matryoshka doll. There was a smaller one inside. I opened the Matryoshka doll. There was a smaller one inside. I opened the Matryoshka doll. There was a smaller one inside. I opened the Matryoshka. There was a strip of paper saying, "Not a winner, too bad."
It's mocking me.
Don't blame the Matryoshka for your stupidity.
That was amazing. There's no clues inside.
I got it. I found it. This must be the key to solving the mystery.
Get out.
Good work, Date. Now you only need to find the giant keyhole.
Kingdom Hearts. Dun, 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 dun. It looks like there's a bunch of Among Us crewmates in here.
Damn it, boss. Hiding something from me. I could beat her over the head with that tombstone.
Maybe in Mario.
Hey, I know you're hiding something, Mario.
No, I'm not hiding anything.
Shit, Mario. I trust him. Oh, the Tanuki doll.
The hint is the Tanuki statue. It must be a cryptogram, some kind of wordplay hint.
Well, what is the hint?
Yeah. Okay, maybe the Tanuki has nothing to do with it. What about the balls? Soccer ball, probably not a clue. Okay, what about her just computer? Okay, that was the answer.
Iva, can you hack this PC?
I thought it was gonna be something on the wall, but it's just her fucking computer. That's no fun. I love her hacking. She's like her hamster.
Unlocked.
Never seen a hamster.
Logging in. I have recovered some video data. It was uploaded only a few hours ago.
Wait.
Open it.
There's someone standing on the...
That is...
Sosajima.
Wait.
Why?
Boss is the killer?
Why? Boss?
There's someone in the doorway, by the way. The case remains unsolved. These fucking endings. God damn it. Yeah, it's one of the endings where you have to learn more before you could advance. Bullshit. All right, we have to go back to here. Not here, I'm just seeing what's here. Yeah, we have to go here. This game is not simple. Oh, it requires brain. It requires brain that I don't. My brain no exists. Brain's so small. So small, so tiny. Alright. We skip through all this. So we just had to do the opposite, which is look at the blood, which is where the fuck behind me?
A double door.
Oh.
It doesn't open. We don't have to worry about it.
Wait, how do we look at the blood then?
A double door.
Tackle?
Hiya! Hiya!
Guess that's...
A CRTT.
Oh, do I punch it?
Fixing it by hitting it is an old-fashioned approach.
Well, this is an old-fashioned object, so...
Oh yeah, that worked. Oh god. A mouse. Iron Mouse. Iron Mouse did this. I knew it. Ever since I laid my eyes on that VTuber. So sus.
What was that just now?
A child's drawing of a rat.
Oh
Iris
shit,
must
a
have drawn
rat.
it.
It is not yet possible to determine that. Let's continue the investigation. There is much to interact with.
Yeah. Okay. Load up. Medical shot.
I see many objects.
No, all of these takes too long. I need to find like one that's short. I think the mirror might be the shortest one.
A full body mirror.
Oh damn. God damn, that's a lot of time wasted now.
5 minutes
Gun?
left,
A
Dante.
revolver.
Shut up, boss. You might be the actual killer. Oh damn, a lot. Can I do this again? Okay, let's try opening it again.
A shelf.
Investigate the TV.
It appears to be a frog.
Oh.
A child's painting.
It's a
Let's hope it's not dangerous, or you might croak.
Was that supposed to be funny?
No, I was just thinking about the meaning of the painting.
It goes crook, 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 hop, hop, hop.
There does not appear to be a particular meaning.
I agree.
Okay. Blow it up. Do I blow it up with a gun?
A revolver.
Guess I'll shoot? I mean, I feel like I should remove it. Oh, shoot.
I do not see any bullets inside.
No.
Just try it.
All right, I'll give it a shot. As I thought, this will not work.
We need a bullet.
A full body mirror.
I'm gonna punch it.
Are you sure I can break this mirror?
No, I don't think.
Then why?
Oh, this is the same
punch it.
thing.
You see?
What was the?
Yeah, I think this mirror is a red
full
herring.
body-
4 minutes.
Okay. I'll try removing it then. See what
A
happens.
revolver. It is fixed with a vice and can.
Can you loosen it?
Impossible.
Is there some kind of meaning to it?
I'll just retry. And get like all my seconds back. So we know certain things didn't work. Let's try looking down the
revolver.
barrel.
Is it real?
It appears that.
Ah shit. I forgot I have that. Alright.
A double.
Open. I guess we'll look
5
down
minutes
the
left,
barrel?
Dante.
A revolver. It's dark.
Why not bring your face closer?
That's scary. No. Ugh, that makes me so uncomfortable. No. Oh, no.
Bang!
Don't do that. That's fucked.
No, I cannot see anything. Oh, did you say something?
I didn't think you'd fall for that.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry too.
Wait, so what's the solution here? I guess the medicine shelf.
I see many objects.
Investigate the bottle? Oh, shit. Oh, really? That was it? God damn.
The explosions appear to have stopped.
The explosions made the room change.
This is a dangerous dream, but we must continue.
Shake my damn head. Blew up a frog. Tear and stab it. Alright. Tear and stab it. There's the TV.
It appears to be a butterfly reference.
Let's rip it.
That will be difficult with it being this thick.
Ooh, thick. You don't say. Hey, big brain. I saw that was a bird. I remember that reference book was the butterfly symbol.
The butterfly effect.
I suppose that is somewhat accurate.
The more you do, the less time you have.
But we have no choice but to investigate further.
Right.
Okay. Oh. Okay. There's a bird. Operating table, gas canister.
4 minutes.
A common gas canister.
Open the valve.
It's rusted shut. I cannot open it.
If you can't, then
It is meant to be closed?
I think so.
Oh, there is the locker here. What was the locker here last time? Wasn't the locker an answer?
That was close. If this were the Delta Princess, I would have been stabbed.
Why was it booby-trapped?
I do not see anything else inside. Would you like me to examine the knife?
Good idea.
Okay. Well, we have to stab it now.
The knife that flew out of the locker.
Oh. I guess throw it?
Like this? What?
Seppuku best option? No.
Lightly.
No, we're not doing that. Oh, Jesus. No seppuku. No, this is a wholesome stream. No violence in this stream. No violence ever happened in
Oil
this
drum,
stream.
television, and torso.
The torso.
I think I understand. I'm starting to see the picture.
I do not yet understand it.
Yeah, I don't understand this either. Okay. What do we have? Torso, TV, and the oil drum. What was on the TV? Where's the TV? Oh, over here. Shoot and kill. Well, I guess this is it. It's pointed in the right direction. The only thing missing is a bullet.
A revolver. A revolver.
Shoot it.
I
I do not see any.
Just try.
All right, I'll give it a shot. As I thought.
We need a bullet.
3 minutes, Date.
A naked torso.
Well, we choked it last time.
I would rather not.
I know, but please try.
That was the answers for the other one.
Nothing happened.
Yeah. Then I guess it's the oil drum that's the answer.
An oil drum.
Take the lid off. Oh.
No use.
Maybe we don't have to open it.
An oil.
Look inside? Why is it pixelated? Is it just like a giant penis in there?
What does this mean?
What the fuck?
Bullets?
Mega penis.
Maybe you can use them in that gun?
Oh, interesting. I think I see the correlation here now. So, sorry. This section is the new origami, or not origami, the new Cyclops killing, while the one on the right was the older one. Because this one on the left hit the mouse is what we did with Shoko. Blew up the frog is Renju. Tore up the butterfly is what happened with Iris. And then it also said stab it too, which is what happened to Oda. And the last one is we're gonna shoot and kill, and that's what happened with So Saejima. The origami killer. The origami killer. So I think these like are linking to the new killings.
A revolver.
Shooter! Shooter!
Can we use the bullets we found earlier?
This could work. I'll try shooting it.
Blink. And blink. Blink, 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 blink. Utah. Blink. Is he kissing the dead? Is that Mizuki? What? That's So Saejima. What? What? Hmm?
What happened during that Somnium?
We saw the whole thing on the monitor.
Boss, you sus.
But we're just as confused as you are.
Well, upon further reflection, it is not so strange. Dreams are developed outside of our conscious will. When you sink into Somnium, there is no guarantee of what you will discover.
What about the figure?
Could have been Iris herself.
That is a possibility.
Ayo,
The
Joshi.
sinker sees the subject's dream from the third person.
Ayo.
That means that Iris, she must have met So Sejima somewhere.
We did see Congressman Sejima in there.
We saw that shadow kiss him too.
You figure out the thing with Iris? Oh. Oh boy. A lot happened. So the thing with Iris, we're just doing that now, but this is the other timeline of it, because it splits off the two timeline, and we went to one timeline over here. We don't know for sure if Iris killed Renju. I still up in the air, but that led, one of the timeline led to Iris getting killed again, Oda getting killed again, losing one of their eyes, getting brutally brutally sawed, cut in half. So Iris and Oda is dead in this timeline. Everyone is grieving. Then we learned about Falco again, 89, and we got the backstory about who is the origami. I keep saying origami. The Cyclops killer. The fucking heavy rain's killing me. The Cyclops killer, the original Cyclops killer. So we solved that mystery. But then we saw Boss is the new Cyclops killer because we just saw her assassinate So Saejima. And then it ended because we can't go anymore. It's wild. What doesn't get Yuri? You mean Iris? Who knows? Iris what's a staple in this game so far is that Iris dies no matter what. I don't think you could save Iris. Because the 3 timelines that we have been to so far, Iris has died. Iris has in fact been killed. Story's bonkers and pretty invested. Yeah, it's pretty bonkers. Okay. We saw that shadow kiss him too. We did see this. So now we're doing a different timeline where we got like a different dream. And where we saw this.
Did that happen in reality?
My theory is that this one, because the other timeline, in order to solve the dream, it was all based on the original Cyclops killing, while the one on the left is dealing with the new Cyclops killing, that's the current timeline that we're on right now. Yeah, I mean, Iris died so many times already.
Not necessarily.
Numb.
I'm sure you've had dreams of kissing celebrities and porn stars, right?
I have.
The first part, yes, but the second part, no.
You sure about that? Anyway, you know what I mean.
A dream is not made up entirely of memories. It can include things outside of your memory, like TV or movies.
Even if the figure was supposed to be Iris, her smooch in Somnium does not necessarily reflect her actions in reality.
You can't use the word smooch.
Never gonna give her up. I already gave up on her.
So we don't know if Iris and So are acquainted.
That's right, because So is a celebrity of sorts. It's possible she just saw him on TV or online.
Okay. We were silent for a time. When I was deep in my thoughts, I heard Peter speak.
Date, Iris is about to wake up.
Got it.
Never gonna give her up. Never gonna let her down. So turn around. Hey, hey.
Putting me to sleep when I wasn't expecting it? You cops are more rough than I thought.
You signed a consent
I don't know.
form
I don't
before you
remember the
came
rest
in
of the
here, didn't
lyrics. Run around.
You forced me to sign it.
Anyway, Iris, I have some things I want to ask you.
Iris? Do you know a politician named So Saijiba?
Yeah, I know his name and face. I've never met him.
You haven't?
I'm just an internet idol. It's not like I have connections to politicians or anything.
About the Nile message with Oda.
Iris, let me ask one thing.
Oh yeah,
The
we never
message
found...
to sent you on Nile.
We never solved that mystery about this message. There's a message sent like, I won't tell anyone about that thing.
I won't
we
tell
never
anyone
found
about that thing.
out what that
What
thing
is that
was.
thing?
I don't know. Ota's the one who wrote that.
I don't know.
You should ask him.
I don't know.
Iba, Ota's phone is still broken, right?
He has a new phone.
But he definitely sent that Nile message.
Ota purchased a new phone in Akihabara yesterday.
With the same number?
Yes.
Call it.
That's great.
Connected.
Hey, it's Kaname Date. Where are you? Ota,
The
I know
burrito.
you can hear me.
At home.
Oh.
I'm at home.
Got it. Wait right
He's
there.
alive
I'm coming
again?
over.
Yes, because we're in a different timeline. You see, where she died is in this timeline. The green timeline. She dies in every timeline so far. But we're going through the red timeline where she hasn't... Well, actually, she has died once. But we saved her and she didn't die. And... she has died in every timeline, now I think about it. Actually, no, in the red timeline, she hasn't died. There's a scare of her dying. Oh, yeah, the red timeline, she hasn't died. Green timeline, she died. Blue timeline ends with her dying. And purple timeline also ends with her dying.
Is Tessa still at the police station?
Yes.
If
But
you
now
want
we're in
me
the
to talk,
red timeline.
Release her. Criminal Procedure Law Number 198. Persons may refuse to heed a summons or leave the supervision of the police at any time unless they are arrested or detained. Tessa isn't a suspect. According to Article 223, this applies to all persons of interest. You haven't issued an arrest warrant for Tessa, right? So if you don't release her right now, you are violating the law.
Damn.
Shit. This piece of shit,
You
Oda.
want my testimony, right? Bring Tessa here, and I promise I'll tell you everything I know.
Then he fucking stabbed... Not even stabbed me.
Kid
He
is starting to get
electrocuted
on my
me.
nerves.
Shit,
So,
this kid. Yo,
what are
I
you
want
going
to pun
to
him
do?
so many times.
Shit.
Alright. Head to Matsushita Diner.
Iris, come with me.
Metal bat to
We're
the
going to Matsushita
kneecaps.
Diner.
Were you talking to Ota?
Yeah, telepathically. I have special powers. Anyway, let's go.
You get like the home run bat from Smash Bros.
Tessa!
Thank you, Ota. It's thanks to you.
That's right. It's not like you can do whatever you want just because you're the police.
Maybe not.
I
But
should
you
ask
better
the
keep your
American ones.
promise.
Oda. Where is your mother?
She's in the living room in the back. I think she's watching TV or something.
Okay.
Did you come all the way here just to ask me that?
Yes. I'm worried about your mother. About that thing in the Nile message. I don't care about the other ones.
What is that thing?
That thing?
Don't play dumb. You sent that message to Iris.
Oh, Date, will you do me a favor?
What's up?
What?
There's a picture on the counter, right?
Yeah, and?
I want you to take a good look at it.
Bro, he's gonna electrocute me again. He's gonna electrocute me again. And the thing is, we're gonna fall for it twice.
The photo.
Yes, the photo.
This is so obvious that he's gonna electrocute us, right? Like the first time, it's like, okay, it's pretty sneaky, it's pretty good. But the second time, this is pretty sus, bro. Data, you better not fall for this. I swear to God. God damn it. Oh, but this time the eyeball's working. He is fucking stupid. It's understandable that he doesn't remember, he doesn't know anything about the other timelines. But, come on, it's so obvious that he...
Head is pounding. What time is it?
The day has turned over. It is Monday, 2:50 a.m. You've been unconscious for nearly 5 hours.
Ota got me, didn't he?
Am I gonna see Oda and Iris die
did.
again?
He struck you over the head with the walk.
Not a walk.
Little bastard. Why did he do that?
I don't know.
Walk
but
was wrong with
afterward,
him.
he ran off with Iris.
How do you know?
You had lost consciousness, but I was still watching. I recorded video of the incident. Take a look.
Alright, what's up? Eat this.
Tessa, wait! I'll get the car.
He doesn't know about any of the timelines. There's
You witch!
there's suspicion.
You stay away from my boy!
There's suspicion that they recognize that they're parallel worlds, but that's about it.
Tessa! What's wrong? Did something happen?
No, everything's fine.
What the fuck happened here?
Okay, let's go.
Ota.
What?
Why didn't you chase them?
He talks with Iris about one of the timelines or something where he watched her die. That's manipulating reality, which I don't think that counts as different timelines. I know what you're talking about. I don't remember where the fuck it happened though. Oh, and it happened over here. Yeah, it was in this timeline. So the timeline where he knows that he watched her die is in the blue one. But that, I think that's part of like the only thing that we'll remember is in the blue timeline. But we're not in the blue timeline anymore, we're in the red one. So he wouldn't have any recollection about that anyways. Look at timelines.
You should have jumped out of my eye and ran after them.
I couldn't move. The mechanics controlling my ambulatory motion were short-circuited by the blow to your head.
Ugh.
Date, the boss is calling.
Oh, how am I gonna report this one?
I am gonna see her die again.
Listen, stay calm, but this is an emergency. Just now, the killer... Well, just watch the video. I sent
The
address
video?
to Iva.
Right, there's Iris again. Like her 5th time dying here.
Iris.
Ah! More dramatic this one though.
No, that's...
The criminal is streaming this live.
Iva, the source.
Identified. The Okiura Fishery Cold Storage Warehouse, Koto District.
Yeah, maybe.
Okiura?
Date, focus.
Iris, no.
We need to get to the site, now.
Iris, no. I don't know, dog. I like, this is like the 5th time she's in trouble. Or maybe we stop it. Maybe we stop her from dying. I can feel the sweat in my palms, knees weak, mom spaghetti. All right, that's the same text as before. Oh, there's the panda bear again.
Bastard.
Yeah. I'll save you, Oda. Okay, it's the same thing.
Date, we've almost reached the destination.
Yeah, this got so
Please let me
complicated,
make
but
it
like
time.
it kind of makes sense when you like piece everything together. It's just a lot to like keep track. Like what the fuck is happening? It's pretty good. Oh shit! Oda! We'll leave him to die.
You okay?
We'll leave him to die. Let him die.
Date.
Where did they go?
Through the back door.
Leave
Just
Oda
hang
to
on,
die.
Ota. Help is on the way.
Leave Oda to die.
Don't worry, Iris is alive.
Oh, there you go. She lives.
Backup is en route to this
Hey.
location. Date,
This kid so
pursue
much.
The culprit.
All right, I'm on it.
How you got here in time? She lives in this timeline. 9:34 a.m. Monday. Oh, did the culprit get away?
Any traces of the culprit?
Still nothing. We also didn't catch the culprit on any of the surveillance cameras.
The culprit is boss,
They probably
right?
got away through the back alley.
While wearing a polar bear
Oh,
costume.
they are definitely gone.
Maybe they took it off and threw it in the ocean.
If it were filled with something heavy, it would sink to the bottom.
Wait, what? If they were filled with it, was things. Oh, okay. Boss, can you tell me more about Mario? Oh, no, there's no more Mario stuff. Okay, I'm done like looking through this room. Oda should be dead, but I guess we'll find out what happened.
They were taken to Central Hospital.
Okay,
Ota's surgery went well. He's in treatment now.
he's alive.
He's stable, nothing life-threatening.
Okay.
Iris, though.
Is she still in surgery?
Oh, you're right. Her eyelids are gone. I didn't even notice that too. Oh shit. Oh.
Yeah.
Iris's left eye was forcibly removed. Because the optic nerve is connected to the brain, the surgery will take some time to complete.
Okay. Have you contacted Hitomi and Mayumi?
Of course.
What happened to Mayumi? She
Hitomi's at the
disappeared on
hospital,
us.
waiting for the surgery to finish.
And Mayumi?
She was at the hospital earlier, waiting for Ota to get out. I think she went back home to get some clothes and things for Ota's hospital stay.
Is there a way to not like forcibly remove an eye? I mean, surgically. Surgically is not forcibly doing it. Like forcibly, I imagine what that means is like someone's hand, like non-consent or some shit. I think like that.
Date, last night, Mayumi left the diner to chase after Iris and Ota.
Yeah, I think it just means like just the different ways to like removing an eye. Forcibly to be like it was like quick, rough, and dirty. While surgically removed, it was more clean and sterilized and stuff.
Perhaps she knows something.
Yeah, she might. Let's listen to Mayumi's story.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna come out. Actually, it's pretty easy to remove an eyeball. From what I've read, last time we learned about eyeballs popping out, because I think we were talking about pugs and how their eyeballs pops out pretty easily.
So, Sejima? He was in Iris' Somnium yesterday.
Right. But Iris says she's never met him.
Why not ask So about it?
Yeah, their
So
eyeball
lives in
comes out
Asabu,
pretty
right?
easily.
I guess I could.
There's a few dogs that, if you like bop their heads like a certain way and with like not like hard amount of force, but just like a decent amount of force, like you could pop their eyes out. Yeah, and what Ryu said too, like certain parts of someone's head, you can like pop them out pretty easily. It's kind of scary. It's a little scary. Yeah, and it's also easy to put it back in too. It's Ugh. Has CSI find it? They haven't found shit in the other timeline. I highly doubt they'll find anything in this timeline.
It's still ongoing, but they haven't found anything of note yet.
No shit.
Date, Aiba, go to the warehouse again and investigate. You two might be able to find some useful clues.
About Okira's fishery.
You should ask Aiba about that.
Yes, I have already done some research. Okiura Fishery is owned by the Oki...
Yeah.
Another.
Yeah,
So it's a...
we know all about that. I want to hear from a representative of Okira's fishery. Oh, that's new.
They're giving statements at HQ right now. The line is pretty long.
You could just talk to Mizuki.
Right. She's part of the Okiura family too. Oh, speaking of. Hey boss, did you end up sending anyone to take care of Mizuki yesterday?
Jeez, you're finally getting around to asking that?
I know, right?
Yes, she's fine. I had one of our new recruits take her. She took her back to your house, so Mizuki should still be there.
So Mizuki's at home.
And I'm fairly certain she's furious with you. After leaving her alone with Mama, I mean.
Mama! I should go investigate.
Alright, boss. I'm going to investigate all this.
Got it. We're counting on you.
Let's go, Aiba.
Roger that.
Roger. Alright. We got pretty much the same places except for the hospital as last time. So let's go check on Mizuki, making sure she's okay. Last time we came here in the green timeline, she wouldn't talk to us because all of her friends were dead. Everyone she knows and loves.
Hey Mizuki, could you take a break?
Dead.
I want to ask you something.
Yo, she benching again. Holy shit, girl. You... God damn. About Oda and Iris. Sure. Okay. Where's the officer who dropped you off? All my friends are dead. Push me to the edge.
Listen, I get it.
There we go.
I'm really sorry, Mizuki. Yesterday, I went to meet up with the Yakuza gang. The Kumakuras. Remember Mama said Renju had some connection with
She's
them?
more swollen than
So
me.
I went to question them. But of
Look
course,
like a
I couldn't
fucking
take a little
twig.
girl with me. You understand, right?
I'm not afraid of any Yakuzas. I'd make their hearts stop beating in 3 seconds.
Girls shouldn't talk like that.
That's awfully sexist of you.
That is pretty
This is
sexist
why no
of
one
you.
thinks you're attractive.
Damn.
I'm attractive.
Uh-huh, keep telling yourself that.
Damn.
That's why you haven't had a girlfriend in 4 years.
Damn.
My girlfriend is a ninja. You know, she's just hiding in the shadows.
Yo, welcome to
Sure.
the roast of
So what do you
Date
want to ask
here.
me anyway?
Where's the officer who dropped you off?
Where's the officer who dropped you off?
Fucking
I told her to go
roasted the
home.
shit out of him.
I said I would call her to check in.
Damn, Mizuki.
Okay.
Why are you disappointed?
We need to get like
Did you wanna
all the
meet her?
ice pack of in
It's not
Japan.
like that.
You wanted to see her boobs? I thought you were more into small boobs, pervert.
I like... Big boobs, too.
I suppose
She,
you are
he,
what they call
Dante
a
doesn't get
tit
any
man.
maidens. He's maidenless. What'd you call a tit man? About Okira's fishery.
Okira Fishery is a company Grandpa made. I don't think Daddy had anything to do with it, though. Grandpa died 17 years ago. Someone else is running that company now. They aren't family.
No, family. What kind of person was your grandpa?
I never met him. He died before I was born. But
Yo,
Daddy
same.
did tell me stories.
What kind of stories?
Back when Grandpa was in Great-Grandma's tummy, she was on a passenger ship that got shipwrecked in a storm. She had to have the baby out on the ocean.
On the ocean?
Wow,
Yup. And then Grandpa was raised by dolphins.
that's hilarious.
Huh?
By the time he was 10, he was catching fish with his bare hands. And
Sounds
then
like he's
Grandpa
Aquaman,
got
actually.
up on land and learned language and culture and stuff.
This is
And then he
Aquaman's
decided to
origin
start
story.
up Okira Fishery.
Sounds like a tall tale.
Yeah, Grandpa was a legend. All the fishermen and sailors respected him.
That can't be true. But there's a part of me thinking that maybe. After all, Mizuki herself seems superhuman. I believe her grandpa was an incredible. She. Mizuki is the offspring of Aquaman. Holy shit. Alright, about Oda and Iris.
I saw the video. The one at 3 a.m. last night. Ota is amazing. I'm changing my mind about that guy.
Ota's out of intensive care. Iris is still... But I know she'll be okay.
Welcome to the family.
Iris' surgery will definitely be a success.
You stay positive, even if there's no reason to be. It's one of your good qualities, Date.
What?
Oh, that's a
I
compliment.
believe it. Iris is going to be just fine.
She complimented me. Holy shit. Huh. So
Thanks for talking with me, Mizuki.
Poor
It was
Oda.
helpful.
Was it?
I have to continue the investigation, so...
Wait, you're leaving me again?
You
I'm
want to
coming
come
with
along?
No.
you. Why?
I can't involve you. This might be dangerous.
It's okay, I'm strong. You know how strong I am, right? You were the one who knew how special I was before anyone.
Did I? It was 1 year ago. I noticed something strange when Mizuki came home from school.
Hey, what happened?
What the fuck happened to you?
Who did this to you?
Holy shit.
Some kids at school?
Yo, it looks like she got out straight out of like The Last of Us. She was running around with Ellie
5 or 6 of
in a
them.
fucking mall.
They said I was a weirdo because I don't live with my mom and daddy.
That's mean.
And they teased me. And I got mad and... I told them to go away and they hit me.
That's mean.
Tell me their names.
I'll beat him up.
I'll teach the little punks a lesson.
I'll kick him. I'll punt them.
Date, wait.
What do you mean, wait? I'm ready to pun the child.
Adult intervention will not solve this problem.
You don't know.
Mizuki has to deal with this problem herself.
Nah.
Mizuki, come on. It's time to train.
What?
I'm gonna teach you how to kick their asses.
Yo!
We're starting right now. Get ready.
Why the shrine?
The shrine is the perfect place for special training.
It is?
You feel better when you train in quiet, serene places like this.
Sure, whatever.
First, I'm going to teach you 4 secrets to becoming stronger. Follow these 4 rules, and you will acquire power beyond your wildest dreams.
Date, are you playing a character or something?
I'm not Date. While we're in training, I am Master.
The way of the Hadouken. Hadouken. Oh. Oh, is that what they're called? A Mokujin? Oh, I never realized this is what they're called. Huh. This is nice. What a lovely area. Shrine here. Shinto shrine. Looks rather solemn. Wait, this is the same Shinto. This is the same shrine that
Hey, Date,
Iris used to be
what's
in.
that?
It's a chozuya. This is where you wash your belly button in the sacred water before you visit the shrine.
That's not true.
Belly button?
Yes, absolutely. In Shinto, the belly button is said to be the dirtiest place. That is why, before praying, you have to cleanse yourself.
It's really
I
funny.
see. My belly is holy.
The thing is, that lie sounds so fucking believable that even I know that's a lie. I want to believe it.
I didn't mean for that to rhyme.
Date, I wish you wouldn't lie to her while she's impressionable. Your story about the belly button? She trusts you, you know.
She'll catch on eventually.
Monument.
What does it say?
When riding an elevator, mashing the door close button doesn't actually do anything. That's what it says.
You're lying. Aren't you?
What does it say? There's something engraved here, but I can't. That's really funny. I can't read it. I don't know what it says. Alright, let's talk to Mizuki. The key to victory is to kill the heart. Yes.
Like, when you get into a fight, aim for the heart?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's the opposite. You must kill your own heart, Mizuki.
What do you mean?
If you are going to fight, you must suppress any mercy or emotional attachment.
No mercy. Strike
If you
first,
have
strike
even
hard.
a mote of
Yo,
it will be
reteaching her the
impossible to
Cobra
fight to your
Kai
potential.
way. Let's go.
Do not think of your opponent as a man. Think of them as a target, a punching bag or a board.
Just a punching bag.
Cobra Kai.
Huh.
Cobra Kai. Cobra Kai. Cobra Kai. Mental preparation is important.
In a fight, you must first be victorious in your mind.
Like thinking I'm not gonna lose?
Exactly. I do the same mental preparation before going to a strip club. Before I go in, if I tell myself that they're all out of my league, then
That's
they
really
will
funny.
be.
Her face.
The mental fight has begun the moment I put my hand on the door.
Honestly, that's a good, I guess, relationship advice. Like, go in there with, like, a positive attitude, basically.
Yeah, I see.
Like a dating advice, I guess.
Actually, no. That's stupid.
Being quick to act is crucial.
Mizuki, do you know how to win any fight against any opponent?
Pee on them.
Don't get in a fight in the first place?
Pee on them.
That is a respectable answer. But no, the way to win any fight is this. Hit them first, and hit them hard enough to finish them.
This is literally Cobra Kai. Strike first, strike hard. Let's go.
I kinda get it, but...
Of course, I'm not saying that's how you should behave. But thinking about this will make a big difference in a real fight.
Yeah, okay, I get it, but... Seriously, Date, are you like acting or something?
Not Date, Master.
Sensei. Date Senpai. Your everyday life is of dire portent.
What? Why?
The best training you could ever have is to be mindful during your everyday life.
He's a dork.
Diet and exercise form
Absolute
a strong
dork.
body. And if you are always maturing intellectually and emotionally, you will always be able to anticipate your enemy's first move.
I get it. But you're so messy. Does that mean you can't fight?
Damn.
Hark, the blowing of the wind through the trees.
You can't just say something cool to avoid my question.
Anyway, practice these 4 truths, and you will get stronger.
This sounds like a scam.
Believe in me. If you do as I say, you'll be thanking me in time.
Are you sure?
And how about we do a baseline test? Show me what you've got.
Huh? How?
Well, let's see. How about you throw a punch? I can guess your strength from that.
If you say so, I'll give it a shot.
First, close your eyes and concentrate.
Like this?
Exactly. Then, punch forward.
What?
Huh?
What the fuck?
How is that? You don't have to be nice. I know I'm weak.
Scary.
Hey, by the way,
That's scary.
did you swing back at those bullies?
No, I didn't do anything. There were
Didn't
a
do
bunch
anything.
of them. I didn't think I could.
I see. She doesn't know her own strength.
I suppose not.
Mizuki, let's just say I think you should be more confident in yourself.
Really?
But never ever strike your master. That is a must.
You gotta protect your own ass just in case.
Yeah, you're right. In fact, you're so strong you scare me sometimes.
Well then,
No, I can't take you with me.
why not?
Because I took responsibility for you. I promised Renju. I can't put you in danger.
Yeah.
That's not fair. Bringing up Daddy.
Iris and Ota feel the same way. They don't want you hurt either. You have to understand, Mizuki. If I need your help, I'll let you know. When the time comes.
Really?
Yes,
Promise?
I promise. Let's go, Iva.
Where to?
And some bullets to throw. Yeah, she could just punch the bullets. Alright, this is where I'm gonna call the stream. We'll come back on Friday. Friday will be a longer stream. Don't you worry. And hopefully, I don't know. I don't have no idea how close I am to actually beating the game. Because technically we got an ending, but we haven't solved anything really. We solved some mysteries. But there's still other mysteries to be solved. You had to see it through my brother. I'm hungry. I gotta eat food. I'm also sleepy. But we did a lot today. We finish up the, or I guess we technically didn't finish up the green timeline, but we are getting there. We're getting closer and closer, I feel like, to the end. And we will get through this together on Friday. Because tomorrow is gonna be the start of me playing like some sort of MMO. I think tomorrow I probably will do 2 hours of Destiny 2 and then 2 hours of Final Fantasy 14. And then I'll decide from there like where to progress next week about how we should, what I'm gonna play every Thursday. But yeah, Friday at 10 a.m. we're gonna play some more the AI Somnium files. And if we still don't beat this game on Friday, I don't have anything to do on Saturday, so I'll stream on Saturday. At least I don't think I've been. No, I don't. I'm pretty sure I'm free, so I'll probably stream on Saturday too. I don't know what time though. That's a big problem, but I'll figure out a time to stream on Saturday. It might be like noon or 10 a.m. as well. We'll see what happens on Saturday. I'll let you know on Friday what time I'll be streaming on Saturday. Maybe even Sunday. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see. Because I really want to get through this game, and then I want to play Fire Emblem Three Hopes as well. But yeah, that's it for me. Thank you, Joshi. Ryu. Oosti. Thank you so much for coming on by. I appreciate you. I love y'all. We're gonna go right out to someone who I don't know, because I haven't even checked. I haven't even checked what it is. I feel once in your point end stream. Thanks for the streaming. No problem. I love streaming. This was fun. It definitely got me to play more games and more different types of games. It really makes me branch out a lot more and like actually get through these games. It's been a lot of fun. And a lot of fun like hanging with you guys, like especially experiencing the AI Somnium file. That's been a lot of fun playing with you guys. We're gonna raid out. Not like anyone I want to raid. Who is playing this game, by the way? Is anyone playing this game? Oh, there's a few people. The issue is, like, I don't know how far they are in the games, too. So, like, they could be ahead of me. They could be behind me. I don't know. Terrible idea. Terrible idea. Is Iris streaming right now? She's not streaming right now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to report that she's not streaming right now. I think I'll just end the stream. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna end the stream. There's not really anyone I want to like raid right now. Who the fuck are you? Okay, but yeah, that's it for me. I appreciate all you guys. Appreciate all of you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 12 p.m. noon Pacific time, where we're gonna play Destiny 2 and Final Fantasy 14 online. I have a character in Final Fantasy 14 that I probably will restart a new game, like a new character for Final Fantasy 14. And we'll see which one I pick. I don't know what I'm gonna pick. But yeah, catch you guys later. Bye, Ghosty. Take care. Be safe. Don't explode. Don't get sniped. And eat bread. Mwah. Kisses. Kisses. Kisses.